Oh, hello there. Macy the Pacey, welcome in. Hello, hello. Welcome to this, well, for me at least, surprising demo of Final Fantasy XVI. I don't know why I didn't really anticipate that to happen. Because it seems to be a thing now that we're getting these demos that also kind of function as you just playing through the first part of the game, or the first chapter, or whatever this is going to be. I don't know if I like it. I'm typically, more the type of person that wants to have the full game available to them. And we will shortly. It's not that far off anymore. But this is Final Fantasy XVI. I am still very unsure about what I'm supposed to expect from this game. But I think first of all we should get into this. We should say hello, welcome in. I hope you're having a beautiful morning, day, or evening wherever you are. There it is. I mean, yeah, it's not the full game yet. As I said, I didn't really expect there to be a demo that would be released. And if so, not necessarily one that apparently allows you to take your save file into the final game. So I don't know if I'm going to. It heavily depends on what this demo is really going to be. I have to say, the overall impression that I'm getting from the loading screen is pretty cool. I like this variation of the prelude. The undertones, especially the choir in the background, do remind me just a tiny bit of the Amarang soundtrack in Shadowbringers. I don't know. This is honestly a little bit of a surreal experience for me. The reason as to why is because it's really the first Final Fantasy game that I've been here for a launch, right? Except 14 expansions. But I was never into Final Fantasy at all, not because I didn't like the games or anything, but simply because I never experienced the franchise, right? I never got into it at any point in time in my life. I never had anybody really suggest it to me, and so I never tried it. And obviously most of the games are older at this point. And up until I tried 14, I had no real connection to the franchise at all. Obviously, Final Fantasy XIV turned that around for me a lot, like it like 180 flip. But then I tried 15, and 15 was probably one of my biggest disappointments. As somebody who was a huge fan of 14 then, right, or pretty much immediately, as soon as I played the game, I loved 14. I just couldn't get enough of that game. I've put thousands of hours into it by this point, obviously have been there for every expansion launch. But I eventually tried 15, tiny bit of 7, both the original and the remake, although I never really played through it. I'm still planning on, I mean, obviously I played through Final Fantasy I recently, the Pixel Remaster, but 15 was a huge disappointment for me. It's not necessarily a super bad game, right? I mean, of course it has its good sides as well, but it's just coming off of 14, which was so great, like 15 was just, it felt unfinished. It felt like it just didn't grab me at all. It was honestly a weird experience, right? And with all of that sort of in the background, I'm still unsure about 16. Obviously, I've seen a couple of trailers. They look cool, but I'm still struggling to really imagine what the story is going to be. I don't know why. I mean, we've kind of seen what it's going to be about, right? Had people talking about it. Obviously, a bunch of people, streamers, YouTubers, were at the event where they showed off the game. I don't really know. But at the end of the day, for me personally, it's still very, very... It's like my mind is resisting to really, you know, get into this game and hype it up. And hopefully that's going to change throughout playing through it. Just want to make that clear that, you know, I'm not probably as excited about this as other people are, but I do think that might actually be a good thing, right? Because no matter what happens, I think I'm going to be positively surprised by this. At the end of the day, I really, really love the people behind this game. I love the people who made it. So that's good. And I do trust in them to deliver a very, very good experience. I just don't know if it's going to be 100% for me. And, well, there's no way to find out but to play it, obviously. Either way, I am excited to play it, obviously. I will get the full game. I will play it when it releases. I don't yet know how I'm going to intertwine it with Tears of the Kingdom. Because even though that game has now been out for a month, and I have put over 100 hours into it, I'm nowhere near finished. I'm not even halfway through, right? Maybe a third, if at all. And I don't even... It's more of a quarter at this point. So yeah, Tears of the Kingdom obviously is going to stay around. But during launch week of 16, I might focus on that and then kind of intertwine both of them with each other, which is going to happen this week. I hadn't really planned on streaming today, but when I saw that the demo released, I thought about, well, do I want to play it? Do I not want to play it? But yeah, I want to look into it. And obviously tomorrow we're going to be returning to Tears of the Kingdom again. But for now, today, it's going to be 16. Full disclosure here, I started the demo. It gave me a bunch of prompts on the configuration. I hope that is fine so far and that there's nothing weird going on. Might have to adjust the camera sensitivity because that seemed very low, but obviously, sadly, you never really know what those settings mean, considering that they're always different from game to game. It seemed to start off the game right away, but I immediately closed it again, and then, well, it gave me this main screen. So I'm just going to press new game, and I think it'll probably, hopefully, just start it off where it would have been otherwise. I am really enjoying the music. I like the effects. And from what I've seen so far, like graphically, I don't know. Hard to say yet. Let's see what it's going to be. I put it on frame rate mode. I feel like for an action game like this, that probably works better. That being said, I don't really know the differences yet, so I don't know if I'm going to stay on that for the final game. I might look at it in between. Problem is, for whatever reason, and I don't know why games are still doing that, the menu also runs at 30 frames per second if you put it on the fidelity mode. I don't know why that's a thing. Right? I don't know why developers aren't... Because I think Horizon Zero Dawn, I don't know about the sequel, but Horizon Zero Dawn was, I think, one of the only games that I played that was locked at 30 frames, but still had the menus running at 60, which felt really, really great. I don't know why other games aren't doing that. But it is whatever. I put it on performance, so let's see what that's going to be. Do I want to get into this? I mean, I want to. It's just, it feels... It's like Tears of the Kingdom, right? It just feels daunting. A new, gigantic adventure that you're just not quite sure what it's going to be yet. I'm also unsure about the logo. I knew the Phoenix being in here. Is that Ifrit or is it a behemoth? Might be Ifrit. Let's do it. Oh, okay, we're getting the same settings again. Yeah, these should still be fine. I do kind of like the menus, by the way. It's like a cross between the bluish transparent style that they've done, well, now implemented into 14, but also was present in the 7 remake, intertwined with some sort of modern, sleek-looking black backgrounds. Obviously, we're going to go for action-focused because that seems to be normal difficulty. Standard equipment, recommended for those players who are comfortable with action games. I did see that interview of them saying that the game doesn't really seem to have difficulty sliders. Instead, what they did is there are accessories that can do certain things for you, right? So if you put on all those accessories, it's essentially easy mode, and the game kind of plays itself as far as I understood it. I don't really know how that really translates into the gameplay at the end of the day if you don't have those accessories. But yeah, I want to experience the combat. I want to see what this is going to be. Interestingly enough, I personally have never really been into action games that much. At least not action games like this, I don't think. Obviously, I would still consider, or I would mostly consider FromSoft's games to also be action games. They have RPG elements, but they're mostly focused on the actual button inputs that you're pressing, and less so your abilities. And obviously they play a huge role when it comes to the actual damage that you're putting out. But as a lot of people have demonstrated, you can play through those games at level 1, which typically isn't really a thing that you can do in a, you know, quote unquote true RPG. This game is purely going to be action, more or less. Which also probably comes from the combat designer, right? Who did, I think, Devil May Cry 5 last, which is a game that I personally have never played, never really been into Devil May Cry. As I said, action games, right? Not really my forte typically, which doesn't mean that I don't like them or cannot play them. It's more so that I think typically in the past, most action games tend to either not really have a great story or... Well, I also think that there aren't actually a lot of action games with good gameplay around, right? I think the last more or less pure action game that I played was Nier Automata, which has decent gameplay, but I would say it's far from good. Not even because the gameplay is bad, but rather what they're doing with it is just not really all that interesting. It has a bunch of problems in terms of, for example, being able to full heal all the time. Sometimes it's just very spammy on that turret ability that can like shoot bullets and whatnot, right? Which is somewhat fine for that game because it sometimes also kind of switches genres in terms of its gameplay style. So it's a bit of a different thing altogether. As you can see, I'm kind of on the fence of starting. I don't know what to expect, but let's do it. Let's get into this. Let's see what Final Fantasy XVI is going to be about.
It was Moss the Chronicler who said that the land of Valisthea is blessed in the light of the Mother Crystals, and that it was this light which finally led our forebears out of the darkness. Yet, what they saw in the light gave rise to temptation. Temptation that ever lures us back into the crystal shadow. And thus did our journey begin.
That does look awesome, doesn't it? I have to say I'm a huge fan of the like particle effects on the primals, right? Oh, okay. So I can just spam fireballs? Okay. So I think we're the Phoenix, we're fighting Ifrit here, right? So that's kind of the Alright, so that was the evade button. I was kind of expecting Ifrit to do a little bit more here. He was just kind of grinding along. I don't even know how he does that. Ah, okay. So whenever he's like loading up and jumping at you, you're supposed to evade. Okay. Don't really know where we are. What kind of underground is this? Alright. I like the music. It definitely reminds me, Year of the Realm, 1873. The Nisa Defile. The Mechian Republic? Amado, of course.
It'll be light soon. Both camps have begun to stir.
What are those tattoos about?
You all know the target. Shiva's dominant. And only the dominant. No one else? Where's the fun in that?
Soken.
How do we even know the girl will be among them?
Our kind do not question orders. We follow them. Try to keep that in mind. Let's get this done.
Hey, Koji! Oh, it's so cool to recognize all these names. I really love that. I think I'll actually have to increase my own volume here a bit. I hope that the volume on the stream is fine. Because this needs to be experienced.
Focus.
Nersta.
You are key to this mission's success.
Now we know.
Sergeant.
Alright. Don't really know what's going on yet.
Focus, Wyvern.
Yeah, calm down. Removing Clive. Alright, the movement's kind of, I have to get used to that. Main menu. Wouldn't have thought that there is a main menu in this. Gameplay, config settings, camera inversion can be adjusted. Yeah, I know.
We don't have time for this. All hell is about to break loose.
Is there a way to adjust the... Okay, that's a bit... Why does it have to give you that many tutorial messages? But alright. Can I... Oh, that's the previous ones. The problem is you never know whether or not there's a tutorial message you actually need. I wish they would get rid of the ones that are like clear. Gameplay action focused. Yeah. Target lock toggle. Ah, there it is. Okay, perfect. So you can actually adjust that. Because I think the vertical camera sensitivity is actually a bit much, whereas the horizontal one needs more. That's interesting. Yeah, that's... I think that's much better. Let's keep it at that for now. All right, I'm sorry. I definitely have to voice some thoughts here. So as far as an opening goes, right? If I didn't know that this was 16, I would not necessarily be impressed. Okay, don't get me wrong. The fight between the Phoenix and Ifrit, I assume, was visually somewhat impressive. I do love the particle effects. It seems like graphically they have focused on that, right? The game definitely isn't at a level on, like, comparable to The Last of Us 2, for example, that game definitely still does way more in terms of graphical fidelity, especially when it comes to details. But then also we have to remember that that takes place in very confined spaces, whereas this is an open world game. Right, well, not really open world, but, you know, has much bigger game spaces. At least I think so. I wish they had not actually had you press buttons during that whole Phoenix Ifrit scene. That felt a bit unnecessary. And I don't know what to think about the exposition at the start when the logos came up yet. I don't know why that existed either. But don't get me wrong, like, these are just some first impressions and I'm all here for it. Then again, these are definitely things that I expected kind of from the trailers and stuff. But let's see here. I do like that the visuals are pretty intriguing, right? So we're in a completely desolated area, like just gray, nothing going on. And then we have these weird, whatever the hell these are. Okay, I really, really hope there is no acceleration on the camera going on that you cannot turn off, because it feels like it, and that annoys me. I mean, that's controller layout. We'll see. I don't think there is. I don't know. It's weird. Something is weird about the camera, like, sensitivity. I don't know. It's like it's getting more sensitive when you're walking or something. It's weird. I don't know. I'll get used to it. And the music definitely has a lot of sort of themes and melodies that I recognize from 14, which I find interesting.
We're just in time.
So we're about to fight Shiva? Did I understand that correctly? Ooh, okay, there's a lot going on. Who's fighting here? Oh, right, I wanted to... Chocobos! Ooh. I really want to know what's going on with the magic here. Because that looks super interesting. Like an Arcana Catapult? Because that's not really ice, right? That's like crystalline in nature.
These iron blood are more beast than man.
The way this is going, they won't need this new dominant of theirs. What?
Okay, music. Dominant, huh? As in the person that has Shiva's powers? Is that what they're saying? What even happened to this land? Sunitra Stronghold.
To the gates! Quickly! Move!
What do you mean you refuse? Did you not pledge your swords to our cause?
Come now. Marshal, the King of Waloed is our guest.
That's the king, huh?
And you have His Majesty's answer.
They have like water crystals as well? So everybody can more or less use magic, it seems like, which I find interesting.
I wonder that you summoned us at all. Have you so little faith in your own men? It was the Dalmex who drove back the Crusaders in the Battle of the Twin Realms, was it not? Or am I mistaken? Besides, your dominant has yet to take the field. And when he does, our knights would only get in the way.
Perhaps you have not heard, but the Ironblood now have their own dominant. We would be fools to underestimate them.
Bugger their knights.
What did you say?
Should this citadel be allowed to fall,
He's big.
the capital will lie exposed. And I doubt the Crusaders will wait for the good king's pawns to line up before taking to the board.
Why is he such a big dude?
Which just leaves me.
So that's the dominant, I presume?
The Ironblood will rue the day they set foot on Storm. This game is over.
I have to admit, it is a bit tricky to keep up with the names of these empires slash forces that are fighting each other.
Benedict.
Take care.
Does the lion take care when he chases the hare? Or do you think me one of the latter?
No, my love. You are a lion. You're my lion.
I'm not afraid of a little frost, Benedicta. But I will need someone to warm me when I come home.
But she's not from the same kingdom, as far as I understood, right? Because they were there debating whether or not they should help them. And he's about to fight Shiva.
Lines are gone. This is our chance. The chaos will conceal us.
So who is he then? And what are we doing here? Are we like a fourth? It feels like there are like four forces now. We are here. There's the two forces that are fighting each other. Then the woman and her band of people seem to have been there to potentially help one of the two forces that are fighting. And then, yeah. So far, so good. I mean, it's not super complicated yet. It's just the names of the forces didn't really come up that often. Yeah, I still find that the camera is somewhat weird. I don't know why. I'm sorry, I have to play around with it a little bit. Maybe this is better, yeah. I feel like there's definitely something weird going on where if you move, the camera sensitivity gets increased somewhat. I don't know. What even happened here? What are these weird round structures that seem to be everywhere? Oh, I wouldn't have thought that I had to climb up here. Oh god. Same weird arrows that they felt the need to include in the 7 remake, isn't it? I don't know why you would do that, but sure. Let's have arrows all over the screen. I mean, there is vegetation if you want to call it that. But other than that, this is like more of a wasteland than you'd ever see in even FromSoft's games, which is quite interesting to me. It's like the entire land was sucked dry of its power, right? I mean, the way magic works, from what we've seen so far, seems to be somewhat alike to 14's magic, right? In that there are crystals that can produce certain elements.
Take the van.
Wait. Something's not right.
That was weird. It's like there was missing an animation frame. Oh, he's Titan. Yeah, okay, I should have thought about that.
The Dalmex finally grew tired of being slaughtered.
Okay, so that's the Dalmex. They have Titan. I mean, that looks damn impressive.
And look who's here to greet the bastard.
So what's that about us, though? Like, they are not surprised to see these icons, right? But we haven't seen who this is before, right? I don't think. It's not the woman who was... Well, obviously not. It wouldn't have made sense, right? God. What was this saying about him being big? He's definitely way bigger now. Oh my god. I mean, the icon design is insanely awesome. Ouch. I really love his, like, Titan's face design. The eyes together with that weird twisted mouth.
You don't get to die here, Wyvern. Move!
What's that about a wyvern? Like, why call us wyvern? This way? What way?
Right on top of us.
What even is that? Some weird spire in the background. Can we fast run? Is there like a fast... Oh, there we go. Holy fuck. Okay, that's fucking impressive. Seeing them sort of fight in the background. Come on. Seeing them fight in the background while we are running through everything. I could have done without the arrows though. Thanks, game. But that was impressive. Titan just coming in and...
Who's gonna stand there?
Who are we though? What are we doing here? Because if we knew them, shouldn't we have expected the fight to turn out like this? It seems like we were a little bit unprepared for it. And what's it? Tower had a very curious design, right?
Wyvern! Wyvern!
Is that a code name for us? I don't really... Or is it related to who we are?
I told you before, you do not get to die here.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why we even stuck around for that long if we weren't actually fighting. And that dude is definitely not going to be in Final Fantasy XVII.
Clive! Get up, Clive!
Alright, flashback. I'm not quite sure what to do with that opening. I mean, it looked damn impressive. Shiva and Titan fighting each other. 13 summers earlier. 860. Rosalith. Grand Duchy of Rosaria. So that is our kingdom?
Well, if you're not cut out to be a shield, there's always work for you in the stables. Unless, of course, you think you can defend your master while sat on your arse in a puddle of pig swill.
I'm sure he'd find a way. My brother always looks after me. Right?
Go on. You're sure to hit him eventually.
Don't give up now.
Puppy. It's the small kid, the guy who just died? They look really different. It's just because he said brother.
It wouldn't do to disappoint the gallery.
Alright. Tutorial time? It seems like it. Okay.
Let's start again from the beginning. Come, show me your form.
Attack the Lord Commander. Okay. Execute a 4-swing combo. Melee attacks. Press square to perform a melee attack. Up to 4 attacks can be chained together. Alright. And L1's lock on. I don't know if I want to have that as a toggle or... Okay. Looks a bit weird, right? Because it's not really, like, properly connecting, but...
Very good. Such swordsmanship will serve you well in the field. But can the same be said of your spellcraft? The flames of the phoenix burn within you. Now let them burn without.
Okay, so we are the Phoenix?
Fire down upon me.
Channel your inner flame. Land a fire spell 5 times. Press triangle to cast fire. A ranged spell that can strike enemies from great distances. Okay. So that's kind of what we did in that we had seen with Ifrit, which I'm not quite sure now why it was even there. So he can block those and he can evade. Not entirely sure when you're supposed to like hit him or why it sometimes just goes through. Very simple so far. But everybody knows that, so it doesn't seem to be unusual, right?
Can be arranged. Let's see if you can elude my blade. After all, your attacking prowess will count for naught if you don't live long enough to use it. On your toes, Lord Rossfield.
Stay quick on your feet. Evade 4 times. Press R1 to evade an enemy's attack. Wow, okay. R1, interesting. I mean, there's a couple games to do that. I was kind of expecting circle, but sure. Evading an attack at the precise moment it is dealt will temporarily slow the enemy, making it more susceptible to a counter using square or triangle. Alright, that's good. The one good thing about R1 being evade is that you can keep your thumb on your right analog stick typically, right? Which will allow you to still keep track of the enemies using your camera, rather than when you'd have to use a face button.
Never take
Okay.
your eyes off your enemy. Come on.
Right. So we're level 5. We have HP, that's interesting.
Nice try.
Precision dodge. See, can I dodge earlier? Yeah. It's just, okay, so there's different, like, dodge timings. If you do it right, you'll get a precision dodge. I don't know what that does yet. But you can also dodge early and it'll still not connect.
Your blade is not your only weapon. Quickness of thought and fleetness of foot are indispensable arms in any shield's arsenal. But you are not just any shield, are you? Show me what sets you apart from the rest.
So far, quite a slow tutorial, but it's fine.
Granted the use of its power. Call upon that power now to close on you.
I find it interesting how sort of nonchalant everybody is talking about the icon powers, right? I don't know, it seems quite... I mean, they might be fairly rare powers, but everybody is definitely aware of them, and it's not really a super special thing or anything, so... Iconic feats. The Blessing of the Phoenix grants Clive the ability to perform feats of inhuman strength and dexterity. Phoenix Shift is one such iconic feat. Press circle to swiftly close in on a distant target. Alright, so circle is kind of a super dodge, if you will. Alright. Both melee and ranged attacks magic can be used while executing a Phoenix Shift. Alright. Execute a Phoenix Shift. So fire. Let's see. So if I do this and then... Okay. And I can do this. Alright. So if you do the circle to him, then square, it's going to be like a fire blade thing. And combining it with triangle is just like a small fireball type of deal. Alright. I do like the gameplay a lot.
Agile shield cannot hope to escape every blow. And death may come by a handful of cuts as easily as it comes by 1,000. There is only one way to ensure that you do not fall. Keep your wounds mended and your energies replenished.
Alright.
Speaking of which, my lord, you seem a little worse for wear. Now that won't do at all.
Mend your wounds. Alright, so we're gonna get healing. Use potions to fully restore HP. Consumables. Consumable items such as potions and tonics can be used to restore Clive's HP or temporarily boost attributes. Okay. Hopefully we have a limited amount of them. Consumables can be assigned to the D-pad, but not the left, so I'm assuming that's going to be something else then. Via the Items tab in the main menu for quick and convenient use. These items can also be used directly from the menu. Alright. Good. So yeah, D-pad left seems to be something else then. Interesting. Potion, high potion. I do love the interface so far. I like that a lot. I don't yet know what those symbols are above the HP bar. Iconic feat. Yeah, let's see. Potion. Okay, potion doesn't heal for too much. That's good. High potion is, at least now, currently a full heal. Alright.
Battle is a succession of pivotal moments, wherein life and death can be decided at a single stroke. You must be ready to utilize every tool at your disposal if you are to navigate a path to victory. Or at the very least, to ensure that you live to fight another day. Enough practice. It's time for the test. You've recovered from your soaking, I trust. You wouldn't want to kick a man while he's drowned.
What's soaking? What the hell are you talking about?
Come then, Lord Rosfield. Spar with me.
So...
If you believe yourself worthy to be called Shield of the Flame, then prove it.
Why are we the Shield of the Flame, though? I thought we are the Phoenix. So do we get a proper, now you can try everything? Oh, okay, I love the music. Final lesson. Give me a buddy. Defeat the Lord Commander, breaking an opponent's will. Oh, interesting. The will gauge. That's a unusual name. All right. Indicates an opponent's will to fight back. Break their spirit by landing attacks and strike them when they are vulnerable. All right. Oh god. Okay. Definitely need to get used to R1 being the dodge button. Oh, right. I was pressing... Damn it. I wanted to do this. Yeah. Yeah, I'm always... I don't know why. I always press... I'm always pressing L1 instead of R1. Okay, I like that visual of like your frame sort of remaining behind. Okay, now he's staggered. Well, that was easy. Staggering your enemies. Lord Murdoch's will has been broken. See, I find the name Will Gauge to be a bit weird, right? Because I assume he would just give up if that's depleted, but it's more being staggered. Leaving him staggered. Try dealing as much damage as you can before he regains his senses. Use R2 plus square to execute Rising Flames, a powerful iconic ability granted Clive. Shouldn't it say granted to Clive? Granted well, either way, by the blessing of the Phoenix. Okay, so... Oh, that's on a cooldown. Alright.
It's time I took my own advice. I used all the tools at my disposal.
Yeah, I definitely need to get into that like counterattack. Alright. Ah, that's also really cool. Bam! Okay. That's pretty cool to get the victory fanfare. Right, so I do like the gameplay. I have to get behind it, really. Like, especially the R1 dodge. I, for some reason, kept pressing L1. I don't even know why I did that. Was there another game that had dodging on L1? I like how the different abilities flow into each other.
He won! See? I told you he could do it!
It's gonna be interesting what they're doing enemy-wise, because he really didn't have many attacks to strike me with, so it's fun obviously dishing out your own attacks, but we'll see.
That was a display worthy of your...
It's definitely very responsive, so that's really good.
You are a true shield of the flame, and let no one tell you otherwise. Including me.
Alright. He's growing on me.
What are you lot gawping at? Back to your drills.
So far, I really like the scene. Good way to include a tutorial. Alright. Said, like, drain your power? Little brother has some healing abilities, it seems.
Joshua, I was just tired. The Phoenix's flames are a gift. You mustn't waste them.
It isn't a waste. My shields look after me. Why shouldn't I?
That's why. You were coughing this morning too. You shouldn't be outdoors.
I'll be fine. It's just a cold.
Don't push yourself.
His Grace has returned!
Father's back.
So we are the Phoenix's shield because we're protecting him, but why can we use the abilities then?
Your Grace, please, this is no place for one such as you.
I would gladly brave hell itself to see my darling boy. Gentlemen, Rosaria thanks you for your indefatigable loyalty.
Thank you, Your Grace. We live to serve.
Is she the woman that turned into Shiva in the previous cutscene?
Joshua. You should not be out of doors. We have discussed this.
I'm sorry.
Good day to you, Mother.
Come, Joshua. Your father will be expecting us. Lord Murdoch?
Your Grace.
Weird dynamic they've got going on there between all the different people.
What a way to treat your own flesh and blood.
I know. It's not his fault. Not everyone can be born the Phoenix.
He has those abilities, though.
We should join them.
So it seems like his mother isn't really that fond of him. And or just prefers his brother. But that was his brother then. Because I'm beginning to think that, well, the other guy he called brother, that wasn't his brother, right? He was just, maybe it reminded him of his brother? I don't know. So that's the king, I'm assuming. Cool chocobo you got, sir.
Arise, my friends.
Welcome home, Father.
Thank you, Joshua. You are well, I trust.
Yes, Father. Much better. Today, Jill and I went to the bathing to watch Clive's spa.
Is that so?
So is that their sister, I'm assuming? Hey, puppy.
Stop it, boy. Not now.
They're really, really small, isn't he?
One day.
Father.
Lift up your head, girl.
Or is she, like, their stablemate? I don't know.
The capital rejoices at your safe return, Your Grace.
War is coming, my boy. You must make ready.
Is the situation truly so grave?
Come to the throne room. We will talk there.
Yes, Father. Your Grace.
Shields dismissed.
Okay, I like the father so far. Looks like a cool dude. A lot more sympathetic than the mother, anyways, so far. But then again, seems like there is also something going on with Joshua, right? That's not just a cold that he had, I'm pretty sure.
Where do you think you're going?
Oh, he was chasing the butterfly. We're gonna get to move around. We are sunrise, sunset. Okay. Finding your way. You should find yourself lost. Oh, should you find yourself lost, do not fret. Hold down L3 and trust in your animal instinct to point you in the right direction. Your current destination will be displayed with a red marker. All right. Trust in your animal instinct? What the hell does that mean? Okay, so far, I'm a big fan of that. Lots of cutscenes, that is good. Not entirely sure with that opening. Especially the Phoenix versus Ifrit fight. I'm not entirely sure what that was all about and why it was there. I feel like the whole Titan versus Shiva thing, which was a much better opening afterwards. I don't know. Either way, really, really cool so far. Lots of interesting sort of dynamics going on here, getting a little bit of a, I don't know, Game of Thrones vibes or something. I mean, at this point, Game of Thrones doesn't really, you know, doesn't really have like a positive connotation anymore, sadly, but I mean it in a positive way. I like all of these designs so far. I think that they went a really, really interesting direction in the sense that a lot of stuff seems to be a bit less detailed, but not in a bad way, right? When I say that, I don't mean that it's not, you know, that it doesn't have graphical fidelity or anything, but rather that they seem to be very purposeful in where they place detail, right? The dude earlier that turned into Titan, for example, he had like very, very ornamental clothing, like a very ornamental belt. And it also seems as if, for example, with shaders, they seem to have put a lot of thought into what elements of a scene really get like particle effects attention or you know, like graphical attention, if you will. It's a very, very interesting style that I haven't really seen like this, in the sense that, you know, the game world looks beautiful. Like graphically, it's obviously good, but it seems to have very specific focus on certain elements that then get that super fidelity, if you will. And I think lots of that possibly comes down to those effects that we can do, right? Or the like icon effects, the flame effects, for example. It seems like they put great emphasis on making that really, really visually impressive and kind of cut down on everything else, but in a way that works really well, right? I almost want to compare it, even though obviously it's a completely different style, but I want to compare it a little bit to what Persona 5 does, where it uses its sort of anime aesthetic in an interesting way, and they a lot of sort of the background elements and background characters are purposefully I guess low quality, as if they're the background of a picture on a comic book or something, right? But it works really well as an entire scene because it seems purposeful, and it makes sense that it would look like that because it has that sort of comic book anime aesthetic, right? And it seems like this is like the basic idea here seems to be the same, where it's, you know, they want to make sure that your focus is on the right thing in a given scene, and they don't want to overwhelm you with detail in areas where it doesn't make sense for it to be there, which I like a lot, because one thing that I don't like about a lot of modern games is that they tend to just place too much detail in a scene to where it, if in a still image, looks great, but then in a game it kind of loses focus and you don't really get much out of the visual fidelity of it, right? So that's what I like a lot so far. And yeah, the cutscenes are great. Facial animations aren't perfect. They're a bit uncanny at times, but that being said, I'm pretty sure that's also due to the fact that the game's just very large, right? So obviously we cannot expect the same like visual quality in facial animations as, you know, what I was saying earlier, Last of Us 2 maybe, because that just simply wouldn't be possible time or budget wise, right? It just wouldn't make sense. That being said, they're not bad by any means. It's good. It's, you know, what it needs to be, I think. And yeah, as I said, the gameplay in the tutorial was really cool. I like how responsive it is. I like what you can do. It definitely flows very, very well. Like the combinations of counterattacks, your the Phoenix abilities you could do. All of that was really, really interesting. I think at the end of the day, it's going to come down to what enemies are going to do, right? Because it's in this particular example, with it just being a tutorial, all you had to do was press R1 and evade. So we'll see where that goes. But either way, let's get into this.
I'm not sure. I need to speak with Father.
I don't really understand her position yet. Because I got the feeling that she's not really part of the family, right? So I'm assuming we're in the castle. All right. Yeah, as I said, for example, their like clothing design is very, very simple, right? Very functional, simple, but it works well, I think. The tutorial overall is reminding me a little bit of The Witcher 3 in how it worked, right? That it's like a sparring tutorial and whatnot. That's where we need to go. I still find the camera movement to be strange. I don't know why. Like something about how that feels is just kind of weird to me. Can we like talk to anybody? Not really. So what is this animal instinct? Doesn't do anything. Okay. Maybe it just displays the target you're supposed to go to. Can we just like go off somewhere else if I want to? It is a pretty impressive looking castle, isn't it? Like, that's gigantic. I still want to know what that... Oh. Okay, so people are saying things. Oh, it also has that... Wait, is that my controller doing... Looks like a little bit of a shift going on after I released the button. Might have been my controller, I don't know. Maybe the dead zones on the controllers are different. I'm still trying to figure that out. What's going on here?
Let's get this stuff unpacked before the Duchess calls for our heads. Right you are.
Finding items. Useful items can be found across the realm by those who know where to look. You mean that gigantic, sparkling effect that was on screen? Items discovered can be viewed on the Items tab in the main menu. Oh, right. Oh, that was a potion. All right. So we already got a main menu. Nice. I hadn't realized. Attributes. Attributes tab provides a comprehensive overview of Clive's current level, status, abilities, and gear. All right. I wonder how much the game's going to go into that, because the whole gear/attributes part was definitely really, really weird in 15 and didn't fit the game at all, I thought. This looks much better already. Rosarian Oath. So that's our blade, and we have a belt. And apparently you can get 3 necklaces and a bracelet. Okay, interesting. 800 HP. We have an attack value, a defense value. Interesting. I wonder what that does. Maybe defense is simply how much damage you take if you do get hit. And stagger 70, I suppose that probably determines how quickly you can stagger enemies. Strength 15, vitality 10, and willpower 15. That probably influences the strength of your magic, I'd assume. Funnily enough, we start on level 5, which kind of makes sense because we're already kind of, well, combat. We do have combat abilities already, right? 100 gil, 50 ability points, whatever the hell that means. And 50 experience to the next level. Okay. I like the party members. Reminds me a lot of when I played the Pixel remaster of Final Fantasy 1. Looks very similar to that. Okay, so she's actually currently in our party. I mean, she's following us around, but I did not realize she would be part of our party. Okay. Oh, L1, R1 is doing something else. And then we can shift through here. Items. The Items tab contains lists of all non-gear items currently in Clive's possession, including those used in quests. Consumable items such as potions can be used at any time from this tab. Items can also be assigned to shortcuts for quick access during gameplay. Select an item from the consumables list and press square to bring up the shortcut window. After confirming the button, it is to be assigned to. Press X to confirm the decision. I like the idea of having 3 quick buttons. That's interesting. I wonder how much the game is going to do in terms of items. Potion. Curative infusions of common herbs found growing throughout Valistea. I like the name Valistea, by the way. Really cool region name, I think. Potions are administered to most frontline soldiers as an inexpensive and less dramatic alternative to the Barber's Blade. Potions are administered to most frontline as an inexpensive and less dramatic alternative to the Barber's Blade. Okay. I like the small, the symbol for the potion. It looks very scientific. Like the, I always forget what it's called, but the man, the naked man thing that was drawn by Galileo, I think, right? Instantly restores 20% of maximum HP. So that's percentage based. So it's always going to be the same potions, I assume, throughout the game. High potion. Okay. Potent infusions of common herbs. High potions are administered to seriously injured frontline soldiers when infirmary treatment is impractical. Okay. I wonder how common potions really are, or if they are a rarer thing that, you know, is a highly sought after consumable. And we get a stone skin tonic. The wave of euphoria induced by this foul-smelling brew grants those who drink it delusions of invulnerability. Okay, that actually doesn't sound that great. It is widely consumed by soldiers seeking to toughen their own hides, however briefly. Increases defense by 30% for 90 seconds. All right, I like that. I always hate when there is consumables that only last for like 10-15 seconds. I'm never a fan of that. 90 seconds seems good. Actually quite long for an action game like this. That's pretty cool. All right, and they are already assigned to buttons. Cool. This, yeah, the description makes it look to be a bit, well, not weird, but certainly like a little bit of a drug, right? Something that soldiers would use, definitely, but are using more out of necessity, and it's probably not the best idea to always use them. Although, it doesn't really seem like they have a negative effect on us. Shield and sign? Curiosity? A brazen seal received by all ducal shields upon completion of their accolade. May the blessing of the crystals go with us and shield the Firebird's flames forevermore. Okay. So it's like an emblem that we got for being the shield. I also, oh yeah, I completely forgot that I can just cycle through these. HP, hit points are reduced when taking damage. Should this number fall to 0, the game will be over. Okay. Offensive potential is determined via a combination of physical aptitude, strength, and gear quality. Okay. The higher the total value, the more damage dealt per attack. Makes sense? Defense potential is determined via a combination of physical aptitude, vitality, and gear quality. The higher the total value, the lesser the damage taken from enemies. And stagger ability to overwhelm an opponent is determined via a combination of mental aptitude, willpower, and gear quality. The higher the total value, the easier it is to knock down targets. All right, okay, makes sense. So willpower is not actually for magic then, but for staggering enemies. Okay, that's an interesting choice, I have to say. Strength, player strength, directly affects power, defense, and staggerability. Okay, so you have your base attributes, and then they get combined with your gear. All right, so far, so simple. As I said, definitely not an RPG, but obviously that's fine. Oh, does it just get added onto it? Yeah, it seems to be 15, which is your base power, plus 55, which is our weapon attack, equals 70. All right, I would be for that. I never like when there's like weird calculations going on in the background that are difficult to understand. Well, not difficult to understand, but if it's not clear how something is calculated, then it can be frustrating if you have to decide between different gear. Upon joining the ducal army, all future shields receive a longsword that not only serves as their weapon, but represents the oath they take to defend Rosaria and her people. The blade of this particular weapon is approximately a hand shorter than those used by most, making it more suitable for a squire, not yet fully grown. All right. So shield is not a unique title at all. It's, I guess, we can maybe think of it as the local guard of the king and queen or something like that. Rosarian belts, designed more for keeping one's trousers in place than stopping the head of an axe. Those expecting any discernible protection from this basic accessory will be sorely disappointed. And then we have some empty slots. Okay, so this got, 10 defense plus 10 vitality equals 20. Right. Makes sense. Our level, increased by earning experience points, and improves base attributes. Untapped potential, the ability points. Earned by leveling up, these points can be used to purchase new iconic abilities. All right, and then obviously we have Gil, which is the standard currency accepted throughout Valistea for the purchase of myriad goods and services. And Jill is also in our party. that little jumping motion. That's really cute that they decided to have those pixel icons there. Main menu journal. Journal tab contains information on main story progress, as well as all current and completed side quests. Sunrise Sunset, that's our current quest. As the duchy readies itself for war with the Iron Kingdom, its most bitter and long-standing of rivals, so too does Clive prepare to do his duty as first shield of Rosaria, to protect and serve his brother Joshua, dominant of the Phoenix. Alright. So dominants are the people, as we've already seen in the other cutscene, that can use those iconic abilities. All right, makes sense. The Iron Kingdom, but the fight that we saw, wasn't that also Iron Kingdom against Rosaria? Or did I not catch that right? Is it the same fight? Was Shiva his mother? We're gonna find out, I'm pretty sure. Pride. Main scenario progress. It is the year 860, and with the coming of spring does Green once again return to the Grand Duchy of Rosaria. In the bailies of Rosalith Castle, men who have sworn their swords to the country train in anticipation of coming conflict, and it is here that one young man in particular endeavors to prove himself worthy to the ones he loves. Alright, so we get a little bit of a summary. So it started with this, a flame summon. The night burns red as twin titans clash. Dressed in flame, they vie for dominance. One a beacon of hope, the other an aberration. An affront to the very laws of nature. There's no room in this world for both, for there can be only one icon of fire. Oh, okay, that's a very interesting description. So that's obviously what we saw first, Ifrit against the Phoenix. So that's going to be a theme throughout this game. It's the flames trying to decide whether or not it's going to be Ifrit or the Phoenix who survives. One, a beacon of hope. I'm assuming that's the phoenix. Ifrit, an affront to the very laws of nature. Huh. Okay, that seems more interesting. Yeah, that opening was a bit... It was weird that they let you control them, or let you control the phoenix. That was odd decision, but now it works well. And then, so Clive was thinking about that, right? That was like another sort of flashback or a lingering thought he had in his mind. And then obviously it went into the war. As dawn breaks over the Nysa defile in the 873rd year of the Valestinian calendar. So 13 years after that. That's a long time, right? Oh no, wait, it wasn't Rosaria. The armies of Dalmatia and the Iron Kingdom gather, and their icons, Titan of the Republic and Shiva of the Orthodoxy, make ready to take the field. Meanwhile, high above it all, a small party of branded assassins survey the battlefield like hawks in search of prey. Alright, I mean, very, very interesting. No idea what the hell is going on there. So we get to be an assassin in the future. That sounds very interesting. What the hell were we doing there? Because I don't know why they were so surprised by everything that went down, right? Didn't they expect both of the dominants to fight each other with the icon power? Shiva of the Orthodoxy. So maybe that's a completely different woman that we haven't met yet. Armies of Dalmatia and the Iron Kingdom gather. So Dalmatia was the Republic, right? Pretty sure. The Iron Kingdom is the Orthodoxy. And, well, one of them seemed to want to get support by another party that is not listed here, it seems like. Interesting. So far, the setup for the story is really, really great. Like it a lot. Gear and icons. Main menu gear and icons. It's used for equipping weapons and armor, as well as assigning iconic abilities to available slots. Okay. So this is where we can actually change gear. The other screen is just to look at it, I'm assuming. Okay. Those four same symbols are here again. Interesting. And then, yeah, systems tab. It's the same thing, right? Let's do a save real quick. Sunrise, sunset. God, I'm a big, big fan of those pixel symbols there. I very much enjoy how they connect the different games to one another via those symbols. One thing that I have to say that I'm still a little bit on the fence about, but eventually I'm probably gonna, like quite a bit, is the way the way the game's presented. So for example, that you get that victory fanfare after the tutorial. Obviously that breaks immersion somewhat, right? Because it just interrupts the scene. But then again, it also makes it uniquely Final Fantasy. So it's one of those things where, that's going to be interesting. Same goes for the music. I mean, don't get me wrong, music has been awesome so far, but it definitely has some very reminiscent themes of 14 going on so far. And it's going to be, I feel like it's going to be somewhat hard to separate the two from one another when it comes to music. So I'm looking forward to seeing whether or not this game has more unique sort of melodies and recognizable themes going on. Because so far it just seems to draw a lot on nostalgia, right? And things and themes that have already been present in other Final Fantasy titles, and doesn't really have its own unique motif, but that might also still happen. So we'll see about that. Cycle icons, all right. Ready ability, magic, iconic feat. Yeah, so far the control scheme and also the way it flows seems pretty good, honestly. Cycle shortcuts and pet commands is on the left side. Okay, so you can probably cycle through some shortcuts there. Interesting. Or rather, you can possibly swap between your items and some pet commands. All right. I do know that we'll eventually fight alongside Torgal. All right, so far so good. Really like it. Let's see, anything else going on there?
Phoenix will be with us. Those savages don't stand a chance.
Okay. Are you doing anything? Why are you holding that box? Some of these NPCs seem a little bit unsure about whether or not they want to do something. It's also kind of weird how the ropes just end up in the ground. Okay, so that's where we're supposed to be going. So now other people are training? Shield Captain, hey.
Put on quite the show for us, Lord Rossfield. Any man who can do that deserves to be first shield. Age and experience be damned.
Okay. So we're the first shield, alright. We're like the future, question mark, leader of the shields?
Put on quite the show for us,
Okay,
Lord Rossfield.
just...
Any man who can do that deserves to be first shield. Age and experience be damned.
Alright. So I need to figure out, if you talk to people, it seems like they just, they don't have more than one unique voice line.
I couldn't look away.
Hey, Crimson, welcome in. 16 Clive Watch, yeah. Oh yeah, I guess that's a good comparison. It is, I mean, we do get a Lord Commander as well, so it's interesting that he's the first shield. I guess Commander would be for the entire army, right? And the shield seem to be, well, as I said earlier, the personal guard for Joshua in this particular case, or slash the royal family. Crystals are accounted for, alright, alright. As I said, very reminiscent of a couple of the themes in 14, especially with the crystals and the way they were using them. Definitely heavily reminded me of how they're used in 14. As in that they're pretty much like a physical representation of those magical elements in the world. And the elements can either exist directly, for example, fire as fire, but they can also be stored in crystal. Okay, so those random lines of dialogue can repeat.
Well, if things get crowded, we can always conquer Ironhome.
Ever the optimist, aren't you?
Optimist, okay. Refugees. I guess because the war's brewing? Oh, hey, Chocobo Keeper.
Steed is in fine fettle, my lord.
Oh, is that ours?
Isn't that right, Ambrosia?
Aww. He looks very, you know, mighty. Like he carries himself as a proud chocobo. Or herself? Ambrosia? Very elegant name, I want to say. Shields seem to be bound to Bloodline, regardless of your rank. Okay. So we're the first shield because we're related to them, not because of our abilities? I mean, it did seem to be of our abilities, more or less, right? May you walk in the light of the crystal again. Yeah, well, as a huge 14 fan, I do find it... I don't know, I always thought that when I saw some trailers and whatnot so far, is that they very, very heavily are drawing on their experience in 14, which makes, I mean, it's the same people, right? But I find it interesting that it almost, even though obviously...
I know. I'm not about to send our lads off to war with dull blades.
Yeah, I got sort of the impression as if it's almost a like single-player reimagination of, well, obviously not the same world or the exact same thing, but not that different either, right? They do look like they look very, well, war-proven, right? Not just cute animals that can transport you from one location to the next, but like actual war horses that are used to fight. But yeah, here as well, that's really cool in the background, how the a fire crystal is what's giving heat and flame to the forge. It's pretty cool. Like that detail. Although, obviously, I do wonder how that interacts with the dominance / icons in this particular case, because, well, in 14, for the longest time, we've always needed crystals to summon primals, right?
You don't need to tell this one. She's raring to go. She's heard this speech before.
The chocobo. I really love their design. They look so sleek, right? Like they're really, really extensively trained. But as I was going to say, so in 14, the crystals serve the purpose of, well, as I said, holding that sort of arcane power that is ultimately needed to summon in primals / icons. I wonder how that is handled here, if they're also necessary.
Nothing down there but rats and rogues, my lord.
Okay. Presuming this would be the main gate that we probably do not get to enter.
They've closed the gates.
Let's hope the side entrance is still open.
Still want to know who she is. I wish I could talk to her more. I haven't really seen that much.
Preparation is key. We must be ready to launch.
I do have to say, though, considering that they are potentially preparing for war, it does seem to be, you know, it's still a somewhat chill atmosphere. It seems like even though they are definitely preparing, right, everybody's focused, they're not scrambling, they're not, you know, they don't seem to be too worried, all things considered.
Forgive me, my lord, but I need to finish inspecting these crystals.
Okay, are those...
Give our soldiers spent shards.
Are they water or ice? Okay, and soldiers get those, huh? So they can potentially... I wonder if they're supposed to be just drawing on them so that they can use magic, or maybe they're like a one-time, almost like an ice grenade or something. A lot of people having that. Whoa, I think I recognize this one.
Forgive me, Lord Marquess, pray do not concern yourself with this bungling cur. Bow to him, you fool. Don't I say to speak?
This guy we saw earlier with the crate that wasn't really sure what to do with himself.
Really? Oh, do not indulge him. To be allowed to stand in your lordship's presence is more than his kind deserves. Why, neither the Empire nor the Republic treat their bearers half so well. He was lucky to be born in your father's dominion. Very lucky, as I remind him every day.
Okay.
Stand, please.
Stand.
I trust his good fortune will continue.
Of course, if that is your lordship's wish.
Don't work too hard. Remember, it is for the good of the duchy that you serve.
As do we all, my lord.
As do we all.
Come along now. Back to your duties.
I wonder if he's one of the refugees that is now working here. So he's the guy that was in our party earlier, right? I'm pretty sure. I wonder how that happens. Seems like he definitely remembered the kindness that was shown to him. All right, he does seem to be... I mean, somebody was talking about refugees earlier. He might be one of them. And now, you know, he's kind of employed in service of this duchy here. So, okay, just just to like sort my thoughts on that, it seems like we're part of a larger empire, potentially, right? Like a small duchy, a small like zone that has their own king / royal family, but might still be part of a larger whole. And I'm assuming that those larger forces are what are going to be fighting in the future. And we are just more or less along for the ride, right? We have to be, because all of the different zones are going to be fighting.
I think someone's hungry.
Oh, was it the puppy? I really love this stuff that they're doing with the magic here. So it's like a spring well type of deal. A fountain.
Wheat harvests down again, apparently. If this war ends up dragging on, we'll starve.
Best fill our bellies while we can, then, eh?
Okay, so some war is already going on. I love this, and as I said, they seem to have put a lot of emphasis on those effects, like spell effects and whatnot, to make it really stand out against the rest of the game. It does seem as if they need to activate them, though, right? They're not always just a passive thing.
I'm having my bearer fill the well, my lord. Best to save what crystals we can, eh?
Oh. Wait, are some of the refugees treated like slaves? Reminds me a little bit of Ul'dah in 14. So what he's doing there is he using like his own life power to utilize the crystal to make water? So either the crystals can do that by themselves, or you can use somebody's power to do it for you? Very interesting. Already lots of really interesting interactions here. I still find it somewhat odd that they stuck to that whole, okay, main character is approaching somebody and now they're talking to each other kind of deal, right? I'm usually not the biggest fan of that. I like when the world is more dynamic and it doesn't really care where you walk at any given moment. I mean, it's cool that you can purposefully talk to people as Clive. I do wish that everybody else would just go on doing their own business rather than waiting for us to talk to each other, but oh well.
Almost felt sorry for the Lord Commander.
Almost, huh? Okay, high potion. I like that you don't have to pick up the items, though. You just get them. Oh, wait, was he... Ah, okay, so when you're out of range, it just crosses it out. I do wish there would be, because he says the same... Yeah, he says the same thing. I wish it would show you that you already exhausted the dialogue line, right? Like right out the 3 dots or something. I mean, so far, as I said, it seems as if everybody only has like one line pretty much, or not one line, but one specific part of dialogue. And once you've exhausted that, it's, you know everything. So that's fine. Yeah. We'll see how that continues. All right, let's just continue on. Lots to discuss, lots to interact with, lots to see, but, well, wow. Doesn't this look beautiful?
Nice and quiet in here, isn't it?
Yeah. Gardens. Oh, Joshua's here. Why is he just standing around? Wasn't he supposed to go inside? That looks very beautiful. So clearly we're approaching the castle proper here. This is like the living part of the castle, if you will. Oh, what's going on here? All right, yeah, you go on ahead. Are they using wind magic to cut the hedges? That's really cool. Yeah, those interactions I definitely like. I'm really interested to see where they take this, right? Seeing as the crystals and the magic seem to be so readily available.
Marquis, forgive my man, he'll be done in a jiffy. Just getting the place tidied up for the big procession.
Okay. But yeah, you only really see those slaves. The poorly dressed people actually utilizing that. So I am suspecting that it sort of drains on your own energy. I do hope not in a permanent way, but it's probably... Well, it is like what work would be considered in our world, right? Like physical work, I mean, physical activities. It probably sort of drains you of your stamina quite a bit. God, this looks really, really beautiful. Find it very interesting. So the castle itself has a bit of a different style compared to the outside walls. It's definitely more well built. Possibly from different times. Another potion. Okay. Let's see how abundant potions are going to be. I mean, thankfully, they do only heal you for 20% of your HP, but as I said earlier, it's going to be interesting to see how much healing you'll be able to do in a fight. Because one thing that was a bit weird in the 7 remake, I want to say, is yes, potions were kind of limited because I think you had to spend an ATB bar from your gauge to use one, but ultimately you had unlimited potions, right? So, that is always, I feel like, what action games sometimes struggle with. I mean, FromSoft's games kind of solved that, but yeah, that whole sort of healing part of the equation, because if you can just freely heal, which is a problem arguably that Tears of the Kingdom, for example, has, and Breath of the Wild had as well, seeing as I currently also play that, where you can just heal too much, right? And it makes the combat a bit, well, it just focuses on different elements in terms of difficulty, which can be good or bad, it depends, but yeah.
My lord, it's not how it looks. I'm inspecting the castle walls by order of the Duchess.
Work-shirking gardener. I mean, he doesn't really seem to be exhausted or anything, so is he really just trying to avoid working? It's a bit weird. The animations sometimes are a bit floaty, but I suspect that is down to... And I find it interesting because that is a big thing that Yoshi P was focusing on when it comes to Final Fantasy XIV, that yes, he wanted fancy animations, but he was also very much aware of that the game needed to be, you know, very, very responsive, that it needed to handle the server load very well, and ultimately decided on, yes, animations are going to be fancy, but they're not going to be corresponding to your character's movement. Obviously, that's a bit different here, seeing as it's a single-player game, but as you can see, when I, like, shift around like that, it's not a realistic animation, but I think that's because they want combat to be very, very tight and precise, and you just to be able to really feel like you're controlling your character, which I think is a good thing, ultimately. It seems like control or controller input is very, very directly translated into the game. It feels very responsive and not bogged down by, you know, complicated animations or anything. So I think I like it. It's a different focus compared to other games, maybe, but it's better to have a specific focus and know what you're doing development-wise, rather than having, you know, rather than wanting both and realizing that it's not really possible. Like, as in realistic, immersive animations, but then also very, very direct and responsive controls. Like, typically, those are two things that we have to make a choice eventually between the two, right?
Clive,
Are you worried about the war?
The soldiers will expect the Phoenix to help them, but I don't know if I can.
Don't worry, Joshua. Father will guide you. And I will protect you. Always.
I know. Thank you, Clive.
Makes me wonder how those powers manifest, right? If he's the Phoenix now, was there always a Phoenix? is that somehow given to other people in the same bloodline? I don't know. Yeah, he is obviously very, very young for those kinds of powers, especially if people are, you know, understandably so, looking for leadership and or support from a person who possibly inherited or just naturally has those powers available to them.
You will put Joshua's comfort and safety before your own. Do you understand? Yes, Your Grace.
Duchess Annabella. I mean, she is very strict, right? Not very likable, but then again, might also be due to what's happening to Joshua, right? If you have a kid that's very young and you kind of know as a mother and a father that they're more or less, because of their abilities and because of what they represent within this, you know, duchy, they're probably going to be joining the war. They might not come back home. I can understand that as, you know, parents, it would be a very, very tough, difficult position to be in. So, you know, I don't want to hold that in a negative way on her yet. Obviously, we need to see how it eventually manifests itself and how negative it's going to affect her relationships with other people. Which I hope that they're actually making a complex character out of her, and not only because these are a little bit, well, they're not really tropey. They're very, very, you know, it's very understandable that she would react like that, but, you know, we've already seen this type of person a lot. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do with her. Making an effort. Some large gates in stiff levers require an extra effort to operate. Use X to access them, then hold R2 to push or pull with all your might. Okay. Why would this door require that?
The future of our nation. He must be protected.
Okay, that was odd, but sure. Don't know why this, because, I mean, they very frequently use this door, right? I mean, it's a heavy door, but still. I do like the light. I noticed that earlier during the introductory cutscene with Ifrit and the Phoenix. It was pretty impressive when there was like a fireball hitting the forest ground. It seems like they, just like with the special effects on the sort of crystal arcane power, they seem to have put a great emphasis on light in particular. And make the transition between light and dark a lot more emphasized than it would be in reality, right? Gives it a bit of a fantastical look. I think I like the ground a lot, like that black stone. Looks really awesome. All right, next cutscene. I'm guessing.
Good luck.
Aww. Well then, let's meet our father. Let's see what this is going to be about. Impressive throne room, by the way. I like I'm assuming that's the Phoenix, right? On their emblems off to the right and left there.
My presence, Your Grace. How may I serve you?
All right, you can stop licking my boots. Mother isn't here.
Do the territories fare any better?
Most lie under a pall of black. In just these few moons, the Blight has taken nigh on all of the northern reaches.
The Blight, okay.
It is only a matter of time before it crosses the border.
Very Dark Soulsy.
Nearly every available bed in the capital is already occupied by those fleeing the Deadlands. Even if we were to send them south to Port Isolde, more would only follow in their wake. Every day we delay brings us closer to disaster. We must move now.
Against the Iron Kingdom.
What is going on?
We have traded blows with them for too long. It is time to end it.
At the very least, we must secure Drake's breath. Without the blessing of the Mother Crystal, we cannot defend our realm from the spread of the Blight.
The Iron Blood will not relinquish it easily. This will be a bitter fight.
We ride for Phoenix Gate tomorrow. There we will listen to the words of our ancestors, as tradition dictates.
Am I to go with you as Joshua's shield?
There is something else I would have you do first. Rodney.
Lots of interesting bits and pieces coming in already. I like it.
Reports, I'm sure, of beastmen from the north being sighted within our borders.
Goblins in the Stillwind Marshes. I know of the rumors, yes.
Then you know what must be done. I will give you 2 good men. While we ride north tomorrow, you will journey to Stillwind, search it, and clear it. Then you will join us at Phoenix Gate.
Okay. Why is that so important?
It is time to prove your strength. And shut your mother up for good.
I will do my duty, Your Grace.
Get the feeling that that mission serves some other purpose. Maybe it's to show his strength to his mother?
Rest well. We ride at dawn.
Yes, Your Grace.
Or maybe it's because otherwise, like maybe that's to kind of throw her off. I don't really get what exactly the point of it would be to have him go do that first. But then again, I don't know. Active time law. Okay. Hold the touchpad to access the active time law ATL feature. A compilation of that's a cool, very, very Final Fantasy name for that. A compilation of important information relevant to Clive's current storyline progression. ATL can even be viewed during most cutscenes. All ATL entries can be accessed later in the game. So this is that feature. I hadn't really read that much about it. I just heard that there was some sort of interesting lore feature that was kind of different to what you typically see in games. At least from reading this, it seems to be very, very interesting, because especially that part about it also being available in cutscenes, because I think that is something that more games should do. Even as somebody like me who likes to really dig in deep with lots of details, it is sometimes quite important to say, you know, review the name of a character or location or whatever, just to get you up to speed, especially with a game, because games, like books maybe, right, are something that you consume over a longer period of time. You typically don't consume them all at once, and you choose how to consume them, right? In comparison to a movie that you watch all at once, and the person cutting the movie together can be sure, or very sure, that you're probably going to be watching it all at once. With a game, you do need to make sure that certain bits and pieces are remembered. There's a few different ways of doing it. I do like this idea. It's going to be interesting to see. I don't know if I'm really going to be using it in cutscenes, but I just like it. It's a cool... I like the name of it. Make for the retire to your chambers. Okay. So... Okay, I cannot press it. Oh, okay, I have to hold it. Interesting. Active time law. Right. So is this like context sensitive of wherever you are? That would be interesting. The Grand Duchy of Rosaria. I really love that emblem. White Phoenix on red. A nation occupying the western reaches of the continent of Storm, with Rosalith as its capital. So Rosalith is where we are now. We're in the castle that is located in that. No, wait, are we? Grand Duchy of Rosaria. Because he was talking, like his father was talking about the capital in a way that made it seem as if we're not there, but the continent of Storm. Storm is interesting because didn't the Titan guy mention something about Storm? And I wasn't sure. At first I thought, oh, Garuda? Okay. The continent is also called Storm? So many interesting tidbits already. I liked, by the way, in this cutscene, they really don't seem to be afraid to just throw stuff at you. I'm all for that. I hate when they over-explain stuff. So, and you can, look at the lore if you really want to. So, that's good. Rosaria was originally formed from a collection of smaller dominions, all of which now stand united under the banner of Archduke Elwin Rosfield. Not possessing a mother crystal of its own, the duchy has long been locked in bitter conflict with the Iron Kingdom over possession of Drake's Breath, which lies still further to the west, in the midst of the boiling sea. All right, okay. So we don't have a mother crystal ourselves. That's very interesting. Interesting that they call it a mother crystal. Again, I obviously know a lot about a particular mother crystal in 14. Right. Okay. As I said, yeah, it seems like we're a collection of smaller dominions. That makes sense. Rosalith Castle, situated in the heart of the ducal capital of Rosalith. No, we are in the capital, all right. It is from this towering ivory fortress that the Archduke and his family rule their nation. An architectural feat the founder himself would be proud of, the castle has stood since the early days of the duchy and watched over the rise of this proud nation and the people who inhabit the city beneath. Yeah, okay, that explains also the kind of different architecture surrounding it. I suppose one of it was possibly built later or extended around it. Very interesting. Elwin Rosfield, Archduke of the Grand Duchy of Rosaria and father of Clive and Joshua, loved by his people for his steadfast leadership both at home and on the battlefield, which he put to good effect in quelling the rebellious northern territories. Okay. That's where we're going to be going, right? To the north? Well, I'm imagining not really into the northern territories as much. If they're rebellious? Okay. The Iron Kingdoms, the people that were fighting, supposed to be fighting. Interesting. So 2 axes in front of a, I don't know, earth crystal? Question mark. Also known in the local tongue as Hiren? Hairen? Heron? The Iron Kingdom is an archipelago nation situated off the west coast of Storm, with its capital at Krieg Loiskte? Oh god, these are names. The mother crystal, Drake's Breath, rises from a volcanic island situated just within, or without, its borders, depending on whom you ask, and has been the subject of long-standing conflict between the Ironblood and the neighboring Duchy of Rosaria. The Iron Kingdom's inhabitants shun any contact with outsiders, which has given rise to a unique, if largely inward-looking culture. So I'm guessing that it's supposed to be the mother crystal that they call their home or call to be part of their country, that is displayed here behind the 2 axes, I'd imagine. Okay. Very, very interesting. But they're islands, right? Archipelago nation, yeah. Island. So possibly very, very enclosed, sort of, right? Not having to do much with others. I mean, that's what it says as well, but I'm wondering how we are supposed to take control over the crystal if it's located further towards their territory. The mother crystals, enormous glassy mountains, 5 of which tower over the lands of Alastea. They are the source of all the crystals that the people of the Twins rely on in their everyday lives. Not only that, but the lands surrounding them are rich with ether, making the magics the crystals cast even more potent. For these reasons, great nations have sprung up around each mother crystal and have long warred with each other for possession of their blessings. Okay, enormous glassy mountains, 5 of which tower over the lands of Alastea. So 5 mother crystals, but we don't have one. That is interesting. So they're not essential to having a nation, because we're also kind of a big nation. I mean, maybe we owned it a couple of times. We do still have crystals, though, so I'm assuming that while the mother crystals are probably like big sources of ether and energy and obviously usable for a great many feats, I am expecting, again, very alike to what 14 does, that smaller crystal structures or crystalline structures, smaller pools of ether are probably still accessible everywhere, or well, in most places anyways. So, yeah. Okay.
This war we mean to wage, it isn't only for control of the Mother Crystal. Above all else, we cannot allow those Ironblood savages to gain a foothold on Storm.
I know. I would sooner die than see them darken our shores again. I wish you a safe journey tomorrow.
And I you, Clive. May your blade strike true.
Okay. Yeah, what I found interesting was that whole bit about darkness and blight spreading. That seemed to be independent of this war and the Iron Kingdom that is going on, right? Although I'm assuming that we would probably be... it would probably be easier to deal with it for this nation that we call our home if we had access to the Mother Crystal, I'm assuming. So it's also about, since the Iron Kingdom is located on that archipelago, it seems that they not only want to keep control of their Mother Crystal, but also want to sort of, maybe not directly invade, but definitely take control of parts of the mainland as well. And it's not only about that. Okay. Already very, very interesting.
Blood from our shores once before, but their patriarch still dreams of spreading his message to Storm.
What message?
And the Crusaders march. They move a damn sight quicker than the Blight ever did.
So we recapture the Mother Crystal, end their ambitions, and secure the duchy.
Only the light of the Phoenix can guide us through these dark days. But that does not mean I'm happy asking this of Joshua. Look after him, won't you?
Even if it costs me my life.
Let's make sure it doesn't come to that.
Yeah, the Blight very much seems to be something else entirely. I wonder what it is, though. They give you quite a lot of space to run around in. I like that. So much interesting stuff to look at. Yeah, I'm a big, big fan of these Phoenix emblems they have all over the place. That looks awesome. And just as I said earlier, I feel like they've struck a really, really good balance in terms of detail. Like, it doesn't seem... This throne room doesn't seem over-engineered. It seems like an actual throne room. And I like that. It has, obviously, detail. Like, there are banners and there are these Phoenix emblems. But that's about it. So it seems, I want to say, almost very realistic, akin to, like, real-world castles. In that, yeah, it looks impressive. It obviously looks well-built. But it doesn't have insane detail all over the place, which would not be the case in real castles, even for really, really powerful and rich nations, right? Because at the end of the day, like, what's the point in having a billion different, very, very detailed carvings on your walls? I mean, at a certain point, you kind of have to ask yourself why, right? It's just not that realistic to have that much detail in real-world structures. Right? Even if you were able to pay for them, you still would have had to build them. It would have still taken time. There had to have been people who, you know, properly carved it. So all of that together combined just means that, you know, it's very, very unlikely that it would exist in the first place. Okay, that does look very impressive. Holy shit. Are we surrounded by the capital? Because I cannot really see much beyond the castle, but that might be obscured by the walls. I wonder what those lands are in the background, though. Because we also seem to be on... on an island, potentially? Very, very beautiful.
messages, my lord.
Okay. Right. I'm excited.
How long will you be away this time?
Not long. 4 days, maybe 5.
And you will be taking Joshua?
But I can't exactly leave him behind, can I? The blood of the Rosfields runs in his veins. Before going to war, we perform the rite at Phoenix Gate. It's our way. You know that. And only the dominant can enter the apothecary, so yes, I'm taking Joshua.
Oh, to hell with your way! The boy is ill.
You think I don't know that? But the boy is also the Phoenix. The heir to the throne.
So it is something that is passed down to Bloodline?
Swaddling clothes all of his life.
Elwyn!
Don't worry. Clive will watch over him. Though he is a youth of but 15 years, he's already a fine soldier. He will make a splendid shield.
You see more in him than the Phoenix did. He was rejected, Elwyn. Our household has no place for such a failure. He is worthless, a man like any other.
As am I, my dear.
Nonsense. You are the Archduke of Rosaria.
Oh, not this again. You know as well as I do that I only sit upon the throne because my father was taken before his time. I am merely warming the seat till Joshua comes of age.
You are your father's firstborn son, and you sit upon the throne. All is in its right place. Unlike some, you have not disgraced our noble blood.
Without men like Clive to keep us safe, your precious noble blood would long since have graced the gutter. We have an early start. I'm going to sleep.
Okay, very, very interesting dynamic, huh? What the hell is going on with those dominants? So there is a few people that seem to be, well, graced by the Phoenix or graced by whatever the icon there is in their nation or bloodline. He was rejected as well?
Time to prove yourself.
I don't know why
Wishing on a star.
the mother is rejecting him so much. I don't get it.
I'm a little old for that.
Seems like we're missing a piece.
Right. You're going with them tomorrow, aren't you?
I am Joshua's shield. I'm sworn to protect him. He takes too many risks. I only wish I could save him from himself.
Clive, you...
I have another mission too. Father has given me my first command.
Well, if you're not going to pray to Metia for your safe return, I shall just have to do it for you.
Who's Metia? I like how the moon is reminiscent of that very, very first, like, opening cutscene we saw.
There's going to be another war, isn't there? Since coming here, I've begun to take peace for granted. I assumed the war between our nations would be the last.
Our nations?
But it never really ends, does it?
No. next war will be bigger than before.
But you'll be alright, won't you, Clive? You're a shield of Rosaria after all, and blessed by the Phoenix.
It's getting cold. We should go in. My lady.
Good night, Clive.
Still want to know who she is. Is she like... Did she once belong to the Iron Kingdom? Because that's sometimes, you know, what might have happened in like the Middle Ages or something, that they had like as a... They sometimes took in children from other sort of nations or kingdoms to extort them or pressure them, right? But they would sometimes still live in their household, so... Kind of get that feeling that she might be from the Iron Kingdom, maybe.
We won't be hunting today.
Really like the chocobo. Really cool look.
I'll try.
Good luck.
I have to say, I'm a big fan of the cutscene so far. Because I don't know, at least from my perspective, they've really struck like a good balance between it like, seeming like actual kingdoms fighting each other and
May the blessing of the crystals go with us.
like lots of tradition and just right on with the details, right? Still obviously fantastical in certain elements, but in a very immersive, realistic way, I want to say so far. Honestly, more so than I expected, so I like it a lot.
Lord Rossfield, allow me. I shall see her safely to Phoenix Gate.
Thank you.
Oh, those are our two men?
We're ready to depart, my lord.
May I say what an honor it is to serve alongside you?
This is to be no mere investigation. If there are goblins in Stillwind, they won't leave willingly. The Beastmen are a fierce foe. We underestimate them at our peril.
Not today, we won't.
Sir Wade, Sir Tyler.
Wade and Tyler, okay.
With pleasure, my lord.
As you command.
To the marshes, then.
Yeah, I'm a big fan so far of the
blessing of the crystals go with us.
Like little details they have, like that, like they're even like voice lines they say. I don't know, there's a lot of stuff that just seems very immersive, and it makes a lot of sense so far, right? It's not like it feels like everything has purpose, everything has thought put behind it. It's not just, oh yeah, we're gonna make an interesting fantastical story, blah blah blah. Like a lot of other games do. It seems like they really thought about the bits and pieces they wanted to include, things that they wanted to hint at, which is very recognizable for somebody that, you know, has played through 14 a lot. It's kind of the style of how they write stories, and I like it a lot. Because, well, again, there just seems to be a lot of thought and purpose put behind all of the little details. It doesn't feel like they include voice lines just for the sake of it, or for the sake of making them, you know, well, oh, you know, these are kingdoms fighting each other. They're like all of the sort of tropey bits and pieces that would go along with it, but rather it seems like they really thought about, okay, who are these nations? Why are they like this? What kind of traditions do they have? How do these different people interact with each other, and why? yeah, just a lot of purpose behind everything that is happening. And I just like that style of writing a lot, which is why I like 14 a lot. And I think in this particular case, a lot of it probably also comes down to, for example, Koji Fox. I mean, obviously there's a bunch of other people involved too, but it's very much his sort of signature way of writing as well that I recognize here. So it's pretty cool. I'm still a bit, I don't fully understand yet, and obviously I'm not supposed to, which I like, but just in terms of speculation, I'm not entirely sure how this all interacts. Like, Joshua is a dominant, he is the Phoenix. The father is not. He said something about being rejected, so whoever was supposed to have taken the throne instead of him probably died, but potentially had the Phoenix's powers within him. Thing is, what I'm trying to figure out here, why is the mother so against Clive? That is not entirely clear to me yet, because, okay, so he may have been declined those Phoenix's powers that Joshua now has for whatever reason. He can definitely still use those, so that is another bit that I'm still trying to figure out is it because he protects Joshua that he is able to tap into his powers as well as the Phoenix? How exactly does that interaction happen? But then I want to say it almost seems as if Clive has done something else to disgrace his family, or, well, at least in the view of the mother, right? Because her dislike of her son, Clive, is very strong. I mean, might be partially due to what he represents? I don't know. Either way. World map displays all the locations indicated by glowing pins currently available to Clive via fast travel. Alright. Interesting world map. Huh. Okay, yeah, so we are on like a small island here. I'm assuming from the castle I saw the mainland off to the sort of east, southeast, northeast here, right? And I don't know if those islands to the left there are supposed to be the Iron Kingdom, that archipelago. Maybe they're further out. I'm not entirely sure. Stillwind. Okay. Western Rosaria. There was a time not long ago that the songs of civilization echoed through Stillwind's knotted boughs. Now the settlements lie abandoned, and the only sounds to escape this forsaken place are the howls of beasts that have fled the Deadlands to make the bogs their home. And that is so close to the castle? Okay. Same thing, still trying to figure out what the hell is even going on here, right? With the blight and everything. Okay. Well, let's go there and figure out what the hell is going on. So people have lived here once, but have fled, and or are still fleeing towards the capital and abandoned their settlements. It's very interesting.
Keep your eyes open for those goblins. The reports placed them in this area.
It's all swamps from here. Watch your step, my lord.
And everything else.
Alright. First proper gameplay section. Lost in a fog. Well, aside from the tutorial, obviously. Timely accessories. Feeling overwhelmed? Try equipping one or more of the 5 timely accessories. For example, the Ring of Timely Strikes allows its wearer to chain complex attack combos only using swear. The Ring of Timely Focus slows time before an incoming attack, allowing for an extended evasion window. As with all items, timely accessories can be equipped and unequipped on the gear tab in the main menu. So that's what I was talking about earlier, is that there are those kind of items, it's not difficulty sliders per se, it's those items that can can do stuff. I like that they're now part of our party here. Thailand, wait. Very, very cool. Okay. Anything else? I need to remember, so the potion, high potion, stone skin, that was defense up, right? Yeah. Lost in a fog. Bade by his father, the Archduke, to address reports of the ever-spreading blight having driven a horde of goblins into Rosarian territory, Clive journeys to the swamps of Stillwind, accompanied by a pair of loyal shields of the duchy. Yeah, we still don't really know what the blight is supposed to be, right? Okay, now we can actually look at the map. That's sort of the same. So I'm assuming after a certain point, we'll probably be able to free travel between different locations, right? Okay. Nothing new here. The Abilities tab is new, though. Ability points can be spent in the Abilities tab to acquire new abilities, as well as upgrade existing ones. If you are unsatisfied with Clive's current build, reset all abilities and try again, as there is no penalty for doing so. Okay, interesting. Details of each ability and feat can be viewed by selecting its icon. And the weapon indicates an ability, like a damage dealing opacity and a pressure ability. Okay. 50 points. Oh, well, this does look interesting. Okay. Right, so that's the Phoenix. It's like a separate skill tree. And these are like basic abilities. It's a basic melee attack. Mastered. Whatever that means. Close range sword strike delivered to the ground. Up to 4 consecutive strikes. Dodging will interrupt a combo. Striking at the precise moment of an enemy attack will not only block the attack, but also temporarily leave the enemy open for a counter. This is called a parry. Ooh, interesting. So you parry by using your melee attack at the correct moment? Okay. Bonus points are awarded for using battle techniques during arcade mode. Whatever the hell that's supposed to mean. Okay. So these are things that we have unlocked, right? Use R1 to swiftly move out of harm's way. Magic can be cast while dodging. X to jump. Okay. And this is magic. Use triangle to launch an elementally aspected spell at a distant target. Can be cast while moving. Elemental aspect is dependent on the currently attuned icon. Okay. Magic burst. Master holds. Okay, so these are already mastered. I'm not entirely sure what the hell mastery is supposed to indicate here. Costs a lot of ability points, though. Use triangle immediately after landing a melee attack to deliver a close-ranged magic burst. So, because I'm kind of confused. It says learned, but not mastered. So I can use it, but it's not going to be as effective. Details. Okay. A localized elemental explosion triggered by casting a magic spell just as a melee attack lands. So I guess square into triangle. And the mastery just extends the trigger window. Okay. Battle techniques, magic burst, execute a magic burst on the ground. Aerial burst, execute a magic burst in the air. Okay. Precision dodge. Execute a dodge with R1 at the moment of an enemy attack not only increases evasion efficacy, but also allows for counterattacks. Okay, right. So we can do these. We have already learned them, and I think the mastery just makes it easier to do. Leap out of the way of an enemy attack at the very last moment. Immediately following a precision dodge, you can do a strike or shot. If it's executed in mid-air, the follow-up attack can only be executed upon landing. Okay, extends trigger window. So mastery just kind of makes it easier to use these things. That is very interesting. Right. And then we get a bunch of other things. Use X plus square to swiftly close in and attack a distant enemy. That sounds pretty good. Hold triangle to increase the potency of a magic spell. Release to cast. Use X while in the air to kick off a nearby enemy, increasing jump height and duration. That whole air business Because we have the jump. So if I jump and then do a some sort of combo, am I going to stay in the air? Not so sure about that. Use R1 to recover immediately after being knocked back or down by an enemy. Okay. Doesn't sound too bad. Use R2 plus touchpad to pull the attention of an enemy target. So you can taunt enemies. Okay. Touchpad. That's a very odd combination. Huh. Hold square to imbue Clive's blade with fire. Release to unleash a powerful attack. That looks pretty awesome. Use X plus square while in the air to slice down. Right. I think I already kind of know what I want to go for. Rising Flames Phoenix. Okay, I learned that. Summon a fiery wing that deals damage and can launch lighter enemies into the air. So that's the R2 thing, right? Strike forward and up, launching enemies into the air. Recovery time is faster than most abilities, allowing for immediate follow-up strikes from the ground. An upgrade just increases the hits. Mastery allows assignment to any icon. Ooh. Okay. So once you can swap through different icons, you can actually master the skill to use it whenever you want. Okay. Rising combo. Perform a combo on an enemy after launching it into the air with Rising Flames. I feel like a lot of the stuff I'll definitely have to purposefully test. Phoenix Shift. Use the Blessing of the Phoenix to close the gap between the target. Both melee attacks and magic shots can be dealt while shifting. That was the... that was Circle, right? Swiftly approach a distant enemy, regardless of whether it is on land or in the air. Increases shift distance. Okay, that sounds good. And then you can execute a combo on it. Yeah, I was thinking about maybe going for this one to close into enemies. But then again, if we already have the Phoenix Shift, I don't really need this right now. And slice down in the air. Because that also sounds pretty awesome, right? Imbue the blade with fire. This I'm not too sure about. Recover immediately, doesn't sound too bad. Use X while in the air to kick off a nearby enemy, increasing jump height and duration. Okay. Hold triangle to increase the potency of a magic spell, release the cost. I think since I do have 50 ability points, let's just invest into something. If you can reset it at any time, it doesn't really matter either way, right? Let's see. I think I want to learn this, because that sounds awesome. Hold square to imbue Clive's blade with fire. Temporarily imbue Clive's sword with the flames of the Phoenix, allowing for a stronger attack. Can break an enemy's guard. Will lift small enemies when executed in mid-air. Can parry enemy attacks when timed precisely. Okay. Burning Strike. Strike an enemy with Burning Blade while on the ground or in the air. Okay. This also sounds pretty good. Recover immediately. Okay, that's just mastered right away. Decreases knockback and knockdown recovery time by 50%. Deals a melee attack to nearby enemies upon recovery. Can parry enemy attacks. Yeah, that whole parry business I definitely have to test out. It sounds as if you can pretty much, if you manage to pretty much press buttons, no matter what it is, well, not really no matter what it is, but most buttons anyways, at the precise moment enemies attack, it'll allow you to parry them. And then, since I still have 15 points, let's go with this one. Kick off an enemy to increase jump height and duration. Recommended for use with abilities like Down Thrust, which deal more damage when dealt from higher up. Can be used at any time, regardless of Clive's recovery status. Used with L while stomping to determine jump direction. Tilt L after stomping to extend jump distance or change direction. And Mastery increases maximum kicks to 2. Right. Very interesting so far. I'm really, really interested to see where this goes at the end of the day. All right. Well then, guys, let's do this. Oh, by the way, just to very, very quickly test that, if I do swap over to the... Where is it? Oh, right. There was one other thing that I wanted to look at. I think it's here, right? Let's turn that onto graphics for a bit here. Yeah, it also makes the menu more choppy. I don't really see a difference. Like, at all. I think the resolution is very slightly higher, but obviously it looks horrible with the frame rate being this low. Yeah. I don't know. I'm going to keep it on performance, or rather on frame rate. Seems much better, and I don't really know what the difference is beyond maybe a little bit of resolution there. I mean, I'm playing on a 4K screen, so... Considering that I didn't really see much of a difference, I'm suspecting that both modes probably use some form of dynamic resolution. Right. What was the other thing that I wanted to look at? Not this one. Where would it be? Here, right? Ah, there it is. Okay. So you get 3 slots, which is interesting considering that there's 4 of these items. Ring of Timely Focus. Clearly the darkest of arts were employed in this ring's forging. Ooh, interesting hint. Oh, okay. So those are the 4 symbols. So they indicate whether or not you have put these on. Yet no matter its infernal providence, it does effectively slow time, and that can prove very handy in staying alive. When equipped, time slows before an evadable enemy attack strikes Clive. No effect when equipped with the Ring of Timely Evasion. Okay. Fleetness of foot requires lightning-quick reflexes, eagle-like vision, and razor-sharp focus, not to mention the calves of a puma. That or this convenient ring. When equipped, Clive will automatically evade attacks as long as the attack can be evaded. Okay, so technically this is the easier one of the two, right? Obviously I'm going to use none of these because I want to play the game and not the gameplay itself. But this just straight up allows you to auto-evade attacks, while this one still requires timing from you. It just makes it easier to do so. Timely strikes. If there were a ring that transformed a novice swordsman, awkward jerks and jabs into a veritable dance of precisely executed flourishes, one might wonder why every knight in the realm didn't have one of their own. When equipped, complex ability combinations can be executed by simply pressing square. And then we get timely healing. There once was a hapless battle mage who oft found himself on the losing end of duels, for in the heat of combat he would forget to use the healing potions he carried with him. Fed up, he enchanted a ring to remind him to do just that. As he was a better mage than swordsman, the ring worked. It worked so well, in fact, that he could rarely even recall raising a vial to his lips. When equipped, Clive will automatically use a potion when his HP falls below a certain point. Potions will be used before high potions. Alright. So an auto-heal ability. I think the idea of these things is pretty interesting. I do kind of dislike that they just clog up your inventory. But that will heavily depend on what other items we'll be able to get after a certain point, right? I don't know. I wish if you chose like the action mode, right, normal mode at the start of the game, that these just wouldn't be a thing and they would only be part of easy mode. But again, we'll have to see how many of these accessories we'll even get, how much gear interactivity there is in this game, or if it's mostly going to be action focused.
Not exactly the most well-maintained path.
But who do you imagine would maintain it? They've all fled from the Blight.
Are we going to encounter Blight? Still not exactly sure what that would be.
It's hard to believe that anyone used to live here.
The old village of Stillwind is ahead. Not that there's a lot left of it.
Yeah, it really doesn't look like a place that anybody is living in anymore, does it? Two gil. Well, somebody left money behind. Okay. Seems like there's not much to do here, actually. Not the biggest fan of how they, you know, designed the level boundaries, but it serves its purpose, I guess. Are we climbing over it? Oh, no. Okay. That was a weird indicator. I guess it indicates that that's the point to move forward through the level and not to jump over it then. But these do seem to be just monsters, more or less, right? They're not necessarily intelligent beings, I don't think. Oops. Ooh. I like their design. They really, really struck a good balance between still making them look fantastical, but they look... Like, enemy design or monster design is really cool so far. Hey, Sai, welcome in. Magic Burst. Use triangle after striking an opponent with square to counter a magic explosion that deals significant will damage. Alright, so this is going to be our first real encounter here after the tutorial. Okay. So, Magic Burst combo. Right. Goblin Mugger. Well, that was easy.
Goblins. So the reports were true. We should press on. There may be more ahead.
So that got me 9 ability points already? Okay. Because I wanted to... Can I just test that? Let's see. Oh, there we go. Okay. That takes way longer than I thought. I tried to do this. Ah, okay. It works entirely different to what I thought it was going to be. So you kind of strike an enemy, right? Because you have to press square, and whenever you do press square, it immediately strikes. But then if you hold it, eventually it's going to imbue the your sword with fire, and then when you release, he hits. Okay, that will take some getting used to, but it's pretty cool because it means that you'll have to actually time that, right? You cannot just do it whenever you want to, or you cannot really prepare it as much. But yeah, that's going to be something that I definitely will need to get used to. Okay, so far so good. Yeah, so these arrows, still not the biggest fan of them existing. I don't know if you could turn them off actually, but they just indicate that you can move forward there. I am still trying to figure out what exactly the purpose of this task is. I mean, obviously these monsters will have to be driven back eventually. But that being said, I'm just simply not entirely sure why exactly we were tasked with this. Like, what is sort of the bigger purpose beyond, like, for this mission? I don't know. Okay, let me just double check this. Can I turn those arrows off somehow? View all previously unlocked tutorial messages. Game settings. Visual, enable an on-screen waveform that provides visual representation of in-game sounds and music. Oh, okay. Yeah, it seems like there's no way to turn that off, which I'm not the biggest fan of, honestly. Oh well. It's only a small thing, but I really, really wish those arrows weren't a thing. Would make exploration a lot more interesting, I think.
Welcome to Stillwind. Have care, my lord.
Ah. The original entrance to the city, I presume?
There's more.
Oh yeah, that's very, very satisfactory. Okay. Loot. Some enemies will drop gil or items upon their defeat. Loot is gathered automatically by approaching the glittering icons. Yeah, we know that. Yeah, that definitely takes some getting used to. Okay, that recovery does take quite a bit. Let's see. Okay, try to hit me. Okay, never mind. I wanted the goblin to hit me because I wanted to try to parry it, but I think he was kind of intimidated by our party here. Okay. I do wish I had a bit more of an AoE ability for enemy groups like that, but I'm sure that's going to come eventually. I also do need to remember to use the Phoenix Shift ability a bit more, and the jump. I got the like the double jump thing, right? I definitely, sorry about this, but I definitely have to look at my abilities a bit more from time to time. Yeah, the jump, I haven't tried that. The immediate recovery, I think I just timed that wrong. Yeah, the fire is pretty awesome. Have to test the jump. That was the precision dodge. R1 strike. Yeah, that's fine. Really like the Phoenix Shift so far. Let's see. We got a Strength Tonic. Increases attack power by 10% for 60 seconds. The wave of euphoria induced by this foul-smelling brew grants those who drink it delusions of power. It is widely consumed by soldiers seeking to bolster their sword arms, however briefly. Unfortunately, we can only have 3 items at one point. Let's add this to this shortcut. I don't know if I really need the high potion at this point. Let's go through our potions first. Okay. Assuming that's where we need to go. There is more to look at than I thought originally, honestly. Like in terms of finding items and whatnot. No Dark Souls-y destruction of boxes and whatnot, though. Okay. Nothing over here, it seems. Let's move on then. Still interesting to me, but alright. I wonder what happened here. All of these structures kind of seem to have been burned down almost? I don't know. Maybe it's because of them standing around in a swamp for so long. Hey, another strength tonic. I feel like you need to be fairly, you know... What's the word for it? Well, I think you pretty much want to use items as much as possible, because I think you get quite a few. Insufficient inventory, potion used. Ah, I was going to say, so if the items appear yellow in your shortcut menu, that means you have a maximum amount. If you pick up another one, it'll immediately get used. I like that a lot. So that means that you are somewhat limited by the amount of items you can carry. That is a very, very good choice. Because that also means that you're limited in your healing. I wonder if you can expand that inventory space at some point. Hey guys.
Watch out, my lord. Some of their number are spell slingers.
Okay, I wanted to hit that guy, but...
We'll all have our hands full.
Ooh, hello.
This will do nicely.
Ooh, hello. I did not know that was a thing. Let's actually use a potion. I should probably... There we go. Could probably deal with you. Big fan of the Phoenix Shift. Really, really good. Okay. Is the Strength Tonic still active? I think so, right? Is that the symbol in the bottom left? Indicating that? Oh yeah, we also still have the flames around us. That would be the strength tonic, I'm presuming. Okay. Yeah, so far so good. I definitely made the mistake of not focusing down the spellcasters, because they can just hit you from a distance, and it's not super easy to see that, right? Whenever an attack comes. But as I mentioned earlier, the gameplay is very, very quick, very precise. I like it a lot. It's very, very action heavy. Not that difficult so far, but very fun. And I think that's the most important bit, right? Okay, sometimes it is a bit strange that they don't allow you to go in here, for example. Like, visually speaking, I wish the game would be a little bit more obvious in terms of what it allows you to do and what it doesn't allow you to do, which I suspect is why they included those arrows. I just kind of wish they hadn't. Ah, well. There we go. What a convenient bridge. Not that much going on here beyond the village.
We should be nearing the old village square. It might not be a nest of goblins.
I wonder what these cute little butterflies are all the time. It's like they're flowing around spaces that you're able to go to. Right? Hello. Well, that's our retreat route cut off. So they can only use magic because they have those wands with crystals in them, it seems like.
Sods. We're trapped. My lord. I'm working on it.
I mean, they're just goblins. What do you want? They're not exactly more difficult than the ones we just fought, right?
He's the leader.
How the hell do you know? Because he has the funny little hat.
His followers first.
All right.
As if you have to ask.
Okay, let's... do we have another spellcaster? I don't think so, actually. Oh yeah, we do. Hey, buddy. That's a really cool attack. Its wind-up is a bit longer than I would like. All right. See, no problem. I don't know what the others were on about. Oh! Hey, buddy.
Your feet, Sir Wade. Here it comes.
Formidable foes. Larger enemies must be faced with caution. They have far more HP than their smaller counterparts and will often use devastating abilities to overwhelm opponents. Use the Blessing of the Phoenix to not only deal considerable damage to these enemies, but also break their wills. Breaking an enemy's will can stagger it, leaving it unable to attack and vulnerable to attacks. Alright, yeah, let's see what that looks like. It's square, right? Yeah, okay.
Be ready to move when it winds up for another. You'll have to tell me twice.
Okay. Bit early on the dodge. Oh, okay. That's still... I need to find out... I think there's like a circle that indicates the cooldown of your ability. Partial stagger. Enemies will become partially staggered when their will gauge is reduced to 50%, creating a short opening in which combination attacks are easily landed. All right. Oh god. Okay. Also, I should probably use the strength tonic. Ah, there we go. Hitting them while they're down, completely reducing an enemy's will gauge will stagger it. Extra damage is dealt when an enemy is fully staggered, increasing with each strike landed up to a maximum of 150%. The total amount of damage dealt during this time is displayed upon the enemy regaining its senses. Okay, in that sense, you probably want to use your strength tonics at this precise moment, right? If you haven't used them already. Oh, yeah, okay. Can I do the big? Yeah, I'm not that much of a fan of the Oh! Hello! Use square just as an opponent attacks to parry the strike, temporarily slowing time and leaving the opponent open to a counter. Okay. So that's how that works. I definitely have to figure that out. No, that was the... Okay, let me try that again. He's already almost dead. Let's see. Nope, that was too late. Do it again. Too late again. Come on. No. Okay, I'll need to figure that out. Come here. Nope. That attack is way stronger, I think. Let's just deal with him. I'll figure it out. Can I not just go away whenever he does that? Or is it... Does it mean that those attacks can be parried whenever they're... Yeah, that might be it, right? So I think the normal hits you can just pretty much... Okay, there we go. Gigas slain. And spoils. Alright, so I think I get it now. The normal attacks that he does are just sort of based on his animation, and you can just evade and dodge them. But whenever it displays that they're quote-unquote casting an attack, right? When they're doing something specific, like his big swing thing, that's what you can parry, I'm pretty sure. Alright, level 6. Hey, there we go, level up. And we got hard leather something. Battle rewards. Following important battles, a separate results screen will appear displaying battle performance and rewards. Rewards are based on performance and may include items, gear, ability points, and experience points. Alright, hard leather armlets. Though at first glance this modest wrist piece might appear an uncomfortable fit for those cursed with fleshy forearms, upon further inspection one would be relieved to discover the band incomplete, affording its wearer a modicum of comfort, be he swine or starveling. Alright. Bye-bye, dude. That guy seems to be proud of himself.
Come back and fight, you coward! After him, before he summons the rest.
Gear and abilities. Gear can significantly improve player attributes, but only when equipped via the Gear tab in the main menu. Similarly, the right abilities can turn the tide of battle, but only if learned and mastered via the Abilities tab. Mastering existing abilities as well as learning new ones requires ability points, which are earned in battle or by completing quests. Okay, so we're not going to follow him, right? We're just going to run around and collect loot, I'm assuming. Okay. Potok, hi, good morning. How are you? High potion, okay. Right, let me check on that. So, well, obviously I took quite a bit of damage there because I wanted to try out the parry, but usually probably wouldn't want to do that. Let's see, I did use up the strength tonic, so let's see. But at this point, I don't think that will be... I mean, we already kind of fought the boss, so I don't know. So, should be able to equip it here then. It's going great so far. I mean, I really like it. It's... Well, in terms of gameplay, it does seem to be fairly easy, but obviously it's the start of the game, so we'll see what that will bring. But other than that, great cutscenes, great start to the story, I think. Interesting characters. Like it a lot so far. Big fan. It's not a swamp, okay. Well, here it's, I think, it's kind of the same as it has been over a week now. Honestly, so far, I'm a big fan of the summer, I have to admit. Because it's very warm when you're outside, like the sun is, holy shit, pretty hot. but it doesn't have that insufferable heat, right? Especially with high humidity that we otherwise very often have during the summer. So far, if if you're inside, and obviously I have my windows open, like a really cool breeze comes through every now and again. It's actually really, if it stays like that, I'm going to be really glad as summer goes. End of next week, we're expected to get 35. Ooh. I don't know. Okay, that's definitely too hot, I think. Especially if it stays at that kind of temperatures, right? I don't know. Last time I looked, it was like yesterday, and at that point, at least where I live, I think it's supposed to be, it's going to stay under 30, but, well, obviously you never quite know, right? Weather forecasts are a bit of a weird thing sometimes. Okay, let me see. Can I unlock everything? So, as I said, this sounded great at the start. It takes fairly long to get it out. Like, it takes fairly long until your sword actually starts burning. Let me just double check. Mastery reduces time required to imbue blade with fire, right? So I probably want to master this as quickly as possible. Because otherwise this seems kind of pointless, because I feel like your basic 4-part combo just deals more damage than waiting for the fire on your blade. But we'll see. Slice down. I still don't really know. I tried jumping off of an enemy, but wasn't quite able to get, like, to stay in the air. So, don't really know. These are still locked, right? The cooldown, by the way, on this seems pretty short, all things considered. Does it tell you the actual cooldown? I don't think so. I mean, it shows you, but it's like, I don't know, 15 seconds or something? It's fairly short. Hold triangle to increase the potency of a magic spell. I don't really know how... all that stuff that deals with holding buttons, I feel like doesn't fully take advantage of how quick combat seems to be, so... I have 102 ability points. Honestly, at this point, I'm kind of inclined to just wait to master certain abilities rather than unlocking new ones. Yeah, I think I'm going to wait and then master this one first, maybe. Let's see. I did put on my gear, right? Yeah. Watched some of the demo last night. Seems pretty nice. Yeah, like Game of Thrones. It was definitely... I got some Witcher vibes here and there, some Game of Thrones vibes, but in a very good way. So, pretty positive so far. One sound in combat that feels but odd. Oh, it seems a bit low. That is interesting. Yeah, I wasn't quite sure because it sometimes had quite loud sounds in it, and I wasn't sure how... Because it starts off with 70 mastery volume. Maybe I'm just going to turn that up a bit. So maybe that's going to help. Would let me know if it still sounds fairly low. Because I had to turn up my own volume a little bit too.
There he is.
Well, he didn't really run far while I was looking at my gear, huh? Seems like he's quite undecided on whether or not he still wants to run. But yeah, in terms of that sound that you were mentioning, I do think it's interesting. Like, they still seem to have wanted it to be, I don't know, like a Final Fantasy game. Earlier, for example, when I completed the tutorial, it gave you the, like, victory fanfare music. And at first I also thought that was kind of a bit weird, right? It took you out of the cutscene for a moment, which is definitely an interesting choice. That being said, it makes it Final Fantasy. I don't know. I feel like I'll need to hold out on whether or not I like it or not in terms of those elements. Oh, well. I think he's gone.
Keep
Yeah.
clear of its maw, my lord. That thing's breath is worse than its bite. Come on.
Ooh, okay. I wonder if it's weak to fire, actually. There we go. Oh. Can I jump off of it? Kinda. I still don't know how exactly that jumping is supposed to work. Also, about the stagger, I'm still not entirely sure. I found that to be a bit weird in the 7 remake as well, in terms of... Oh, okay, it's going underground.
Guess it's as good as mine.
Oh, sucking us in? Okay, that looks cool. Awesome. So you get like cinematic strike. When the screen flashes blue like this during a pivotal moment in battle, press square before time runs out to deliver a devastating blow. Not gonna lie, pretty cool moment. Okay, so we do have quick time events, but they look awesome, so kind of here for it. Okay. Take down. And it's staggered again. Okay. Yeah, I'm not too sure about the whole stagger thing, because now you just seem to be standing there hitting it and like mashing your button. So remains to be seen how interesting that's gonna become later on. Oh, okay, that was... Did not realize it was gonna be surrounding it. The one thing I wish was that the cooldown would be a bit easier to see. Okay, that's surrounding it again. Bam. It is very, very satisfying to hit that, though, I have to admit. Okay, that did count as an aerial combo, okay?
You won't be gone for long.
Let's actually heal for a bit. So, can we do that same thing again? Ah, okay, it's cinematic evasion. The screen flashes red like this during a pivotal moment. Press R1 before time runs out to evade the incoming attack. Okay. Again, not exactly difficult, but still fun. It is quite a bit more easily staggered than, you know, enemies in the 7 remake seem to be. Wild Rage, what the hell is that? Oh, okay. He just continues doing that. Yeah, I think so too. Nope. Shouldn't be standing in that. Well, it does have to do a lot with the other Final Fantasies, and that... Yeah, that whole thing, I'm still not... It's pretty cool to get like a victory fanfare, but kind of odd decision at the same time. I don't know. Yeah, so far, does it have anything to do with the other Final Fantasies? Yes, in the sense that it seems, well, as most of the Final Fantasies, to be using the same... Would you call that iconography? Well, you get your typical, you know, we saw Shiva already, we saw Titan, Ifrit, the Phoenix, Morbol, obviously. So in terms of monsters, enemies, things, themes, there are mother crystals, crystals in general that seem to have ether in them. So all of those Final Fantasy elements are there, but other than that, it's, I think, definitely a completely unique setting that doesn't tap into any of the existing ones, as far as I can tell. Which, you know, that being said, I haven't played that many Final Fantasy games. But yeah, it's very, very much Final Fantasy. It's, I don't know, it reminds you a lot of other Final Fantasy games, especially 14. I mean, it's, I don't know, something about it is definitely, well, you just get this feeling that, okay, these are definitely same people that made it, right? I have to say, in terms of combat, this fight was a bit on the button mashy side, because I don't have that many abilities yet, unfortunately. So it's just that I cannot do much. I have my basic combo, I have that one big cooldown that I can use. Holding my sword to make it burn, it's not really worth it because it takes too long.
Morbals too. I'll petition His Grace to send a detachment.
So where did it come from?
Don't stop them here. They'll be at our gates before long.
We should get moving. We don't want to be caught out here after dark.
If we set off now, we can still reach Phoenix Gate before nightfall.
Okay. So apparently there's some sort of blight going on. So I don't know if the blight also makes these monsters appear or makes them grow or more aggressive. Yeah, it seems to be connected to that, but we so far haven't really heard what that even is or why it exists. Maybe it's just a word for all of the monsters or something. Just slightly concerned because this location that we were at seems to be pretty close to the capital, but I don't know. Phoenix Gate. This aging seaboard citadel not only defends Rosaria from northern raiding parties, but also serves as sacred ground whereupon the duchy's dominant might commune with his or her ancestors and entreat their guidance on the eve of important battles. I find it interesting when you look at the map. At first I thought that it was only displaying like a tiny portion of it, but I think that, well, in terms of the size of these kingdoms or the Duchy of Rosaria, which we're currently in, it really does only seem to be the small little, you know, protruding island bit and nothing more. Which is great. I always like it when it's a bit more concise, right, and not as big. Just makes it more believable. Especially since they are very much heavily leaning into those more sort of Middle Ages elements.
Suddenly, thousands of red eyes. No, wait till you hear this. Wait till you hear this. His lordship draws his sword. The goblin chief runs off screaming straight down a Morbal's gullet.
But yeah, I like these scenes. They're leaning into this. Lots of cool little details here.
The young lord has a bright future ahead of him.
Aye, and one of these nights he may even deign to join us.
As always, lots of detail put into the food.
No, Father. Just a little tired.
Well, it has been a long day.
They all like Clive, don't they?
Aye. Your brother will be a fine shield. We're all very proud of him.
Except his mother, apparently.
Father? Why is it that the dominance is always born into our family? It doesn't seem fair.
We cannot live without the blessing of the crystals. And the crystals work their magic through us. You have been blessed, Joshua. Blessed to be a dominant, to wield the power of an icon. Our family has been chosen to share that power with the people. So that is what we must do.
Louder, my friends! Louder!
I don't suppose I've been missed.
I wonder how all of this works with the...
Jill. She'll be wondering where you've got to.
Aw, did the puppy come with us?
Being a fine hound.
Yeah, this whole helping bit, right? And that the people can use his power too, even though he is the dominant with the Phoenix powers.
So this is where you've been hiding.
Interesting how that works.
I didn't see you at the feast.
Feasts are the only time shields are allowed to take their ease, and I've never really been one for cakes and ale.
It's the vegetables I don't like.
Small little puppy being there. I feel like it's not really the place for it though, right?
I hear you slew a Morble. All the men were singing your praises.
They never used to. When I joined the ranks, everyone thought I was a spoiled little lordling. If I didn't know how to handle a sword, I'd be a laughingstock. The Archduke's firstborn failure.
Why does his mother think of him like that though?
I'm jealous.
That's not true. They don't believe in me. They believe in the power of the dominant.
My brother the Phoenix, ruler over life and death.
Isn't fair. It should have been you. I don't have what it takes to lead our people. I don't have the strength. But you do.
Every man has his duty. Ours was decided long ago, when our ancestors chose to instate the dominant as the Archduke of Rosaria. All to ensure that whenever our nation stood on a precipice, the Phoenix would rise from the flames to drag us back from the brink. The fate of Rosaria sits on the dominant's shoulders. It is your duty to bear that burden.
What about you?
I was born to be your shield. That is why I was given the Phoenix's blessing. to keep our future ruler safe, no matter what. However hard it gets, I'll never let you down.
Thank you, Clive. I know you'll always take care of me.
What is going on with this coughing?
Before I can do that, you need to take care of yourself. Right?
I do like this whole dynamic.
Inside. It's past my bedtime. Good night, Torgal.
You know, with him asking himself whether or not his people really do believe in him. But then their mother clearly kind of doing the exact opposite, only believing in her younger son, not her older one. Lots of interesting stuff going on, lots of questions that you can ask that want for answers, which I think is really, really nice. I like that a lot. Alright, suspicious people approaching in the night. Never a good sign.
Supplies from the capital.
You're not going to check on that in detail? Well, then again, maybe they were supposed to arrive.
Something the wearers, were you?
That feels very much like a trap, doesn't it?
Enterprising traders keen to keep us in wine.
Spare a barrel for the boys on duty, eh?
What in the...
I feel like guards would be a little bit more on guard in times of war, but alright. I mean, maybe they really just felt very safe here.
Gateway secured, Captain.
We proceed as planned.
Alright. Suspecting those are from the Iron Kingdom. Guess thankfully nobody has found his room yet. I love how they've done magic in this world. Or the crystal magic, ether magic, whatever you want to call it. It's kind of unique.
Is that...
Forgive me, my prince. It's me, Wade. You probably don't remember me.
I remember. What is it?
We're under attack. I don't know who they are, but they've set light to half the castle. I must get you to safety, Your Highness.
Very well. I'm ready.
Follow me, Your Highness.
Oh, what the... Are we gonna play as him? Light of the Fledgling. Didn't expect that at all. Oh. He seems to be way more prepared than what I gave him credit for. Almost as if he expected something like that to happen, right?
I'm afraid so, Your Highness. We must hurry.
Alright. Well, very unexpected. I like it. I also like that they gave Wade a bit more screen time here. Wasn't quite sure what was going to happen to the two that we just fought alongside with.
What was that?
I have to help them.
I also like how dark it is. As I said earlier, in terms of light, they really knew what they were doing.
Everything's on fire.
Fall back, Your Highness. He's not one of us.
Wait, we can fight properly with Joshua? Oh. Oh, we can like do a super heal. Did not realize that was going to be a thing. Oh. But he gets super exhausted every time you do anything.
I saw them at the feast. They were laughing.
Well, he appeared sick, yeah.
We must find my father.
The Empire? So not the Iron Kingdom? Yeah, I really like the light effects. Can I take a quick look at what abilities I have? So just the attributes? Not really, it seems like. Burning Thorn. I can look at the... We have different items, though. One of a set of 7 swords said to have been forged in the flames of Mount Drostanus. The Burning Thorn has been passed down through generations for use by the Archduke's family and his closest shields. As it is the smallest of the 7, it will be carried by the Prince Joshua until he is of an age that allows him to handle a larger weapon. Princely stay, should his breeches fall, so surely would the duchy, or so the tailor charged with crafting Prince Joshua's belt was told. While certainly pleasant to the eyes, the cloth wrapping is a poor substitute to a set of iron tassets when it comes to stopping a spiked mace to the groin. And princely bangles, to be worn only by the heir to the ducal throne. These one-of-a-kind accoutrements are wrought from solid gold and bear the Rosarian emblem. I like the feeling that this sort of instills you with, right? This feeling of being fairly weak, but also strong at the same time, but you need to be careful what you do. Guns of the Helgas, hi, welcome in. Will it? I mean, that question still remains to be seen. Both games certainly have their very, very big strengths. Maybe certain weaknesses. Yeah, let's see. Okay, that's a lot of damage. It also just kind of staggers them immediately, it seems like. Okay, that seems to... Thankfully, he is very, very capable on his own.
Why would the Empire do this? They're our allies.
So either they're disguising themselves as the Empire, although I get the feeling there might be a different reason for this. I don't really know. Oh, I was going to see the current, like, what was it? ATL, Active Time Law System, is not available at this time. Interesting. I was going to see if it tells us anything about the Empire beyond what little we do know. Well, I mean, it is supposed to be very dark, right? I like that quite a bit. That it's... They have to put a big... They put a big emphasis on making dark scenes actually look dark. I was actually considering of increasing the contrast even more, but then decided against it, because it... Well, you do still want to see something, right? Can we go down? We can go this way? Yeah, I haven't had that many battles so far, and it definitely feels like I still need to find or need to unlock more abilities. So far, it's definitely on the simpler side, but obviously it's the start of the game, right? So I like it a lot in terms of how precise it is and how precisely controlled your movement can be. So it's pretty awesome. The 7 remake did feel a little bit, I don't know, weird at times, especially with the... I'm never quite the fan of swapping between party members, because it means that the AI does have to do something, right? It seems to me that the way an action game like this is supposed to be, it just makes more sense if you are only controlling one character instead of swapping between multiple. I think for me personally, that was kind of the bigger problem. And then the 7 remake also felt a little bit disconnected at times, as if your attacks weren't quite, you know, hitting anything, as if you were just kind of slashing at air. Seems to be more impactful here, especially with the abilities that you can use, but yeah, so far obviously haven't had many chances to use any bigger abilities.
Tyler!
I have never played Kingdom Hearts, so wouldn't really know.
Damn it! His wounds are deep.
I can save him.
Phoenix Seal incoming. Yeah, those special effects are definitely really, really cool. They're very unique.
Don't worry, you're going to be alright.
I've never quite seen a game use particle effects this way. Oh, hi. What are you doing here?
Joshua! Come here. Tyler, you're hurt.
He'll survive. Thanks to His Highness.
Your Grace, Lord Murdoch.
You rescued the young prince. Well done, Sir Wade.
I'm in your debt, soldier.
Thank you, Your Grace.
How many attackers were there, though? Because it looked more like an assassin's party, right? Not that many. But maybe they brought in reinforcements. Hey, we have owls? That's interesting.
Omnia lost Alan, Tuisa Gelith. May the winds speed you to Rosalith.
What kind of magic was that?
The north gate's up ahead. There are chocobos in the stables. Father, take Joshua and get to safety.
No, I'm not going without you. You're supposed to be my shield, remember?
I remember, which is why I'm going to hold the enemy here while you make your escape.
I will order our remaining forces to rally at the gate. Now go.
I will do my duty. You must do your duty too.
I know.
You have to keep Father safe. I'm counting on you, Joshua.
I mean, he seemed quite capable. Albeit a bit exhausted after every time he used some powers. Understandably so. Why do I get the feeling that they're not going to see each other for a very long time? All right. Let's do this. I do have to say, it seems like the performance mode sometimes does have trouble keeping the frame rate in cutscenes. It's not a big deal at all, but it is noticeable. Hey, people. Okay, I was not expecting to auto-climb over that. That was interesting. It is very satisfying to bring in that that flame sword swing. That is pretty cool. But I definitely have to master that skill so that it doesn't have such a big wind-up time. I mean, whoever these guys are, they definitely knew what they were doing. They were attacking at the precise moment. They knew that we were going to get supplies from the capital, and took over those carts. So they clearly had a lot of insider knowledge here. Which is probably also why everybody was so surprised by them. Oh, wrong button. Oh, that was a high potion. Oh, well, whatever. I like that the inventory is, you know, very small. Makes items seem way more valuable that way. Who are you guys? What the hell is going on here? And I clearly brought in some mages as well.
Take them. Let none escape.
As you command.
You take care of that spellcaster. I'll keep the others occupied.
Ah, damn it. Timed that wrong. I still want to hit like a purposefully done hey buddy. Like a proper parry. Haven't really parried that much.
That's them done. Are you alright?
I'm fine. It's my father and Joshua I'm worried about. We should head back.
I do find it interesting how capable we are against them. Oh, hello! Hey, Stinian, what are you doing here? Ah, cool. I mean, the QuickTime events are very easy to deal with, but they are very cinematic, so that name checks out.
And you are the shield who was blessed by the Phoenix.
Ooh, hello. Lots of jumping going on. Oh, okay, that was the impact point. Okay. Okay. That's a double swing. Definitely have to get used to those animations. Yeah, especially the double swing. Although I do find the Saga mechanic to still be a bit of a weird thing, that the enemy's just kind of a sponge for a bit. I think it's probably going to get more interesting eventually when you get more abilities to actually use during that time. Okay. Obviously, music is exceptional. Nope.
You're going to regret that, boy.
Double jump, okay. Oh, okay. I do want to hit a precision dodge on... Ah, there we go. Okay, that was a parry, right? Forgot the double hit again. Ah, no, that was too late. Bam. Yeah, I definitely feel like I'm still needing some abilities here. Because this is a bit weird to just mash square all the time. Not in a bad way, but definitely feels like you just need more. Yeah, it was almost too late. Night of the Blinding Dawn. And I still find it weird that you get the victory fanfare. I don't know, at this point, it's one thing I'm definitely on the fence about. As cool as it is, but interesting decision. Interesting decision. Okay, well, another level up. That's cool. But yeah, so far, in terms of battle systems, definitely on the easier side.
I'm fine.
Even though I, obviously, well, you need to learn how to properly time your evades.
Vipers. Do they really mean to invade us?
Not yet. Their numbers were too few.
Yeah.
They were not here to take the castle. They were here to take heads.
Try to strike at the leaders first.
We should return to my father.
My lord, look. We issued these sashes but yesterday. In Rosalith. If they were already among us, what if there were others?
Father and Joshua are in danger.
We must hurry. Take your steed.
What is that?
Where did you come from? Why? Is that real or was that a vision? What the hell was that about?
Uncle, you're all right. Thank goodness.
Your Grace, is everyone safe?
For the moment. We ride for Rosalith to rally our forces. I will need your help to see Joshua safely back to the capital. On you get, Joshua.
Where'd that come from?
Father?
I'm sorry, Your Grace, but that won't be possible.
You honorless snakes!
Stay back! I'm warning you!
Run, Joshua, run! No!
How the hell did they get the owl? Are they really traitors or did they just infiltrate their forces?
You must do your duty too. You have to keep Father safe.
I had to.
I'm counting on you, Joshua.
Fuck indeed. I think the Phoenix kind of disagree with your plans here. God, those visuals. Really looks like it's just taking over his body, right? Very visceral.
The Phoenix! Joshua! Lord Murdoch! His Highness! Joshua! Stop this! He's lost control! I have
to do something! I have to save him!
No, my lord! Fall back!
How the hell are you supposed to do that? Whoa! Is that our chocobo?
Thank you, girl. You saved my life. Get her on her feet and run. Please. Joshua, are you in pain? Not now.
The hell is going on with him?
You're his shield. Do your duty. Save him.
My lord?
What in the name of...
Are we going to be Ifrit? I guess we are. Holy shit. Don't exactly know if that's the best idea to save your little brother.
That's impossible.
But why? Are we some sort of... It said earlier something about like the fire struggling for control between the two opposing forces, but... Is it like a twisted version of the same power? Yeah, this is not exactly... Ah, okay, so we're back to that first cutscene that we saw. Shit. Are we actually gonna fight him? Okay, embodying the Phoenix. Following command. Wait, we are playing as the Phoenix against... Oh, holy shit, what the hell is going on? The following commands are... Fire, aim, evade. When your opponent is directly within your sights, the targeting circle will expand. That's the time to fire. Okay. Ah, okay. So we have to... So it's different than at the start. You actually have to target him. Okay, that already makes it more interesting. Ooh. Damn it. That was definitely the wrong timing. Yeah, I don't think this is going to be good for Joshua at all, right? To be fighting like this. If, like, one cure spell already was difficult to do. And I never expected Clive to be the Ifrit in this scene. So where is this then? Shit. What is that? A potty what? Where are we? Is this like some god realm? You mean the one I'm fighting? That should be Ifrit, right? Icon of Fire, as it says here, and then we are the Phoenix currently. God, this looks insane. But where are we? This really does seem like some god realm, doesn't it? Kind of reminds me of the place in Dark Souls that is like below everything else. Okay. Ifrit, yeah. Well, I-F-R-I-T. That's the, like, the typical Final Fantasy fire icon. And I would have never guessed that Clive would turn into it. God, the music. Where the hell are we fighting this battle? There we go. How did we even get in here? Were we able to create some sort of realm to fight each other? God, where is he? There he is. It's especially insane considering that we were using the Phoenix's powers, right? So Joshua's powers as Clive. And now we're suddenly some twisted version of him? Awakening. That Phoenix ability. God, it's so insane to me that Joshua would be this powerful, right? Although that probably cannot be good for him, honestly. I don't actually entirely know where the name comes from. It's just that Ifrit is always the fire summon, the icon of fire in pretty much all of the Final Fantasy games. The Phoenix usually is a different thing entirely. Oh, damn it. I needed to evade that. So it's super, super interesting how they're now, like, twisted that around a bit and made both of them the symbol of fire. Four, 3, 2. Oh, is that like, ooh, that was his enrage or something. Hellfire. And Hellfire is his iconic ability that he always uses. Oh, shit. Are we just, like, gonna kill each other here? Well, never mind. The Phoenix can just revive itself. And then victory screen. Okay, I'm beginning to think that the victory screen might not have been the best idea after the battles. But other than that, this was insanely awesome. Very, very Final Fantasy. Well, calm down. I think he's dead. Or, well, defeated anyways. It seems like the Phoenix is the true icon of fire in this particular case. Or not. What is going on? Is he like...
Joshua! Stop it! Stop it! I swore I would protect him! Please!
think he was like fighting with whatever that weird person was that he saw, right? That weird spirit. I'm pretty sure he just killed his own brother. Well, kind of. Or that fire spirit did.
Quite
Yeah.
a mess that monster made. Damn shame about the Phoenix, but can't be helped.
The whole thing just... Get the feeling this game really isn't pulling any punches, huh?
My condolences, Your Grace. Is there aught we can do?
The hell is she doing here?
Haven't you done enough, Captain? Joshua was my world. And now he is gone. I can only pray there will be a place for me in the world his radiance seeks to create.
I see. Your Grace, over here.
I get the feeling she's not gonna like to see the son she didn't like survive.
The rubble must have protected him from the worst of the flames. Shall we take him prisoner?
No need for that. Kill him.
She's cold, huh?
Wait. As my husband never tired of telling me, he is a fine soldier. I'm sure he would make an excellent addition to the Imperial front line. All in its right place.
The hell is that supposed to mean?
Take this one. Chin up, lad. You're going to be a soldier.
Joshua.
Well, holy fuck, that was one hell of an opening. Well, now I'm excited for the full game. Alright, so that's the end of the demo, and I assume the end of the, well, prologue, I'd assume, from the game. I honestly don't quite know what to say to that. When they talked about making the game darker, I did not expect to see a scene of both of the main characters turning into icons and brutally murdering each other, with the mother of both of them coming in, giving a single fuck about their sons both being killed or close to dead, giving the surviving one into, I don't know what hellhole he's going to be in now, while also just not caring about her maidens being brutally murdered afterwards. Holy shit. Yeah, very Game of Thrones-like. I don't know. You can get lore when pausing the game, yeah. Although it's not always available, it seemed like. There is like an option to always press the touchpad, I think, in scenes and get lore, but it's context sensitive, I think. So I'm pretty sure that in big action sequences, it's not always going to be there. Yeah, I had that earlier. I definitely, I read through some lore entries while being in the main castle. I'm guessing she orchestrated the attack. I'm not quite sure, because, I mean, she's a very intriguing character, don't get me wrong, albeit a very dark one. I don't know, earlier I got the impression that she just disliked Clive, like her older son, because apparently he had... Well, the whole deal was that Clive, the older one, for some reason was not able to take on those phoenix powers that seem to run in their bloodline. I mean, obviously we don't really know how exactly that works, but for some reason he wasn't able to take on those powers. So his mother considered him to be quite a big disappointment. His father obviously disagreed. I mean, the father seemed to be the nice of the two parents, nice one. But, well, we haven't seen or known why that was. Now I'm beginning to suspect that maybe he always carried some sort of weird, twisted version of that firepower within him. And that's why he couldn't take on the powers from his bloodline. But I thought the mother really loved Joshua. I mean, that's what it seemed like. So she was pretty cold in that scene, right? She didn't give a single fuck that Joshua seems to have been murdered. Or alternatively, very dislikable person. Yeah, that's a mild way of putting it. She did say that. One thing that I am suspecting here, or that we can't be entirely sure without being able to continue the game at this point, is the Phoenix, as we also saw during that battle with Ifrit, which was, I mean, not exactly complicated from a gameplay perspective, but very, very cinematic and very Final Fantasy. I loved that a lot. It was pretty awesome to see, especially the iconic abilities, right? As a big fan of 14, obviously I recognized Ifrit's Hellfire, and that's like a big rate-wide attack on 14. Same as the resurrection ability that the Phoenix used, which is also quite a bit of a staple of the Phoenix, that he can, resurrect people through that. Which brings me to a point of, I don't know if Joshua is truly dead, right? He is the Phoenix. And Phoenixes, like throughout, well, every Phoenix, not only the Final Fantasy Phoenixes, typically are just reborn, right? They don't, like whenever they die, they're just reborn back out from their ashes. So I wonder if that's what the mother was. I wonder if there's some secret plan of her going on, where she maybe want to take Joshua out of harm's way by supposedly killing him, but knowing that he'll be revived through his Phoenix powers. I don't know if that's her plan, right? Maybe that's why she seems so distant and disconnected from everything that was going on. Maybe she even suspected that ultimately it would end up with, or maybe she had hoped that Joshua would end up killing Clive while turning into the Phoenix. I don't really know. Either way, it's pretty insane, because if she either orchestrated the attack or was at least clearly part of the planning here, well, she had her husband murdered. For whatever reason, I don't yet know. It seems like there's definitely much bigger power at play here. Maybe even beyond that Iron Kingdom that we heard about earlier. So apparently this Duchy of Rosaria that we were part of and the Iron Kingdom were long-standing enemies and fighting over one of the Mother Crystals, which apparently there are 5 in this world. And they both wanted to take control of it. But now it seems like this empire that was apparently part of this attack seems to be a much bigger power than these two. But holy shit. I have to say, especially towards the end there, that was not that easy to watch. With him just going on and on. He was like Ifrit / Clive in that scene was not stopping. Although now, I mean, he seemed to have been in some sort of internal struggle, right? Clearly Clive didn't want that to happen. So whatever that weird flaming person was, possibly also the same person that we saw hooded in the scene before that. I don't know if that's some weird inner I mean, it could be some weird inner reflection of himself, right? Some sort of mirror being inside of him. Or it could also be that there's some external influence that for some reason took over his body. Either way, with the Phoenix powers or the fire powers as that, I still don't really know how that works, because I was under the impression, because nobody, or rather everybody, was quite okay with him having fire powers, right? So the fire powers that Clive had, he supposedly had those because he was the shield of the Phoenix. So apparently how this world works is that people can draw on ether and on crystals for power. And depending on the element of the crystal, they can, it can have different effects. And the people that are dominant, that contain one of these icons within them, apparently they can, I guess, spread that power to their nation, right? So the Phoenix was supposed to protect its own nation, and he can apparently extend those capabilities to other people, which is supposedly why Clive was able to use fire powers. But now, obviously, maybe that wasn't the entire truth. I don't know. But either way, this was one hell of an intro to the game, I have to admit. I also love a lot how it went back to that beginning. So at the very, very start of it, I wasn't quite sure. I was I thought that it was almost a little bit too much in terms of what they were jumping like from one point to the next, but now I think that it was really, really well done. Because it seemed like, well, obviously the real quote-unquote game will take place 13 years into the future from the scene we just witnessed, which was 13 years in the past, and sort of a flashback scene as a prologue to the whole game. So earlier we saw the adult Clive, I'm pretty sure, think back to the scene, right? So he was thinking back to when he was fighting his own brother, and possibly how that ended. Then we saw him and his assassin party doing whatever the hell they were doing in the battle they witnessed. And later on, he was thinking back to how it all started. Playthrough data saved can be carried over to the main game, allowing you to continue from where you left off in the demo. Playthrough data cannot be loaded in the demo version. To play the demo again, you must select new game from the title screen. Okay, so, well, I don't think there's really any reason to play it again. Honestly, it felt like it was pretty long for a demo, yeah. And it's also interesting to me that it felt like 70% cutscenes, which I like a lot, right? Because they were also really, really good. One thing I definitely have to say that I'm a huge fan of when it comes to this game so far, that I love that they're going in this direction, is that well, I don't want to compare it to Game of Thrones all the time. It definitely has, it definitely takes some inspiration, I think, from that way of telling a story in this sort of also somewhat medieval, albeit a bit more fantasy-like scenario. But what I'm a big, big fan of is that they're focusing on really cool aspects of these things. And I think the storytelling so far, I think, is really good. It's not your typical tropey kind of deal where the game doesn't really focus on other characters, or it's, only focusing sort of on the main characters, on their interactions, and it all seems to be sort of a bit, I don't want to say high and mighty, but a bit too focused on the important people, right? I like a lot that, for example, we saw this, what was his name? Wade and Tyler, right? The two quote-unquote normal soldiers we were taking with us, that they got a little bit of screen time. I think it was cool to see them interact with the father, right? With the king. The singing scene earlier. So there are a lot of elements where they really bring in those, I want to say, down-to-earth moments of medieval stories, right? So even though it is a fantasy game and there are these magical elements and these big icons and whatnot, bringing in all of those scenes that are just normal people interacting with each other, not even the main characters, right? And then also making the main characters a lot more, you know, unsure of themselves, a lot of struggles. I was also quite a bit fan. Okay, this may sound a bit weird at first, but the way they were interacting earlier, for example, that the in the scene where the mother was talking to the father, like in their bed chambers or whatever, and she, you know, she got a bit flirty with him, and he kind of rejected her. Seeing that scene take place in that context, right, in sort of a so doing multiple things at once, sort of seeing their physical relationship and the father sort of rejecting his wife a little bit in that moment because he didn't like what she was talking about and how she was talking about their sons. I think that is also something that games somewhat rarely do. This idea of a scene doing multiple things at once. It wasn't just purely dialogue. There was also that layer of, you know, their sort of physical relationship coming through or shining through, and seeing that they, clearly had some issues in their marriage, and you know, seeing their different takes on what they believe their sons to be also represented in their physical relationship, I thought is just something that you don't really see all that often in games. So I really, really like where they're taking this. And I honestly think that it is quite unique so far in terms of games, really. Cannot wait to see where they're taking this. Okay, save current progress. Yeah, let's overwrite this. Oh, we were level 10 already. Okay, demo complete. When does the game release? In like 8 days, right? Was it the 22nd, 23rd? I still don't know. I think that's like is it a Thursday or Friday? Because I'm not sure about work and what I will do or not do on that particular day. But I think I'm going to continue with my demo save file here. Awesome opening. Awesome opening. I cannot wait to see where they're taking this. Well, I don't want to buy it right now. I'm pretty sure I'll buy a physical version, to be entirely honest. Iconic Challenge. The Iconic Challenge has been unlocked and is now available from the title menu. In the special mode set later in the game, Clive has been equipped with the feats and abilities of 3 unique icons, the Phoenix, Garuda, and Titan, to allow you to get a better feel of Final Fantasy XVI's exciting battle system. I mean, that does sound interesting, but I don't think I'll be doing that. I don't know. I mean, I already know that I'm going to buy the game, so I don't need to be convinced anymore. I simply want to see where they're taking the story, and honestly, probably would like to be surprised in terms of the additional abilities and, interactive elements we're going to have at our disposal. It's going to be interesting where they're taking the game in terms of challenge. I have to say, I don't think it was particularly challenging. It was actually quite easy. The fights weren't all that difficult. That being said, I like a lot how they're designed. And same thing, I feel like there's definitely some... I don't know if it's Yoshi P or if it's just that entire team of the Creative Business Unit 3 at Square Enix that is shining through here. But I was definitely reminded of some elements from the from Final Fantasy XIV shining through here. Which is funny considering that that's a tap targeting MMO game, and this is a completely different genre in that sense, but just the way it sort of told you what kind of attacks were coming, even some of the timings, it felt that it reminded me somewhat of 14. Might also be due to the attacks and or enemies and people and creatures that we encountered, but in a really, really cool way. damn. Now I'm really excited for the game. I have to admit, I don't know if it's going to be, you know, one of my favorite games of all time. Because that's going to be, well, it's going to be difficult to beat. But I'm all here for being proven wrong. I think either way, it's going to be a really, really good game. It's going to be one hell of a ride. I wonder how long it's going to be. If this is the prologue, it took me roughly 4 hours to complete. Well, with some speculation in there and some things here and there to look at. I don't know, but I also like how the game progresses. So I think having this more linear approach and really focusing on the narrative and the characters, I think is going to be a great experience. Well, and now I know why the logo is designed like that. So I feel like that struggle between the Phoenix and Ifrit is going to be one of the main themes of the game. Maybe. Although that would suggest that the Phoenix is coming back, right? As I said. Or maybe it's reborn? I don't know. Lots of questions still left to be answered. But this was one hell of a demo. I'm all here for it. Super excited for the main game now. And once that releases, I'll be diving straight in, I guess. But up until that point, obviously, there's lots more Tears of the Kingdom to check out. And as I won't be able to finish that within next week, I mean, obviously, there's no chance. Even if I were to stream for like 16 hours every day, I still would definitely not be able to get through Tears of the Kingdom. But not a big deal. I think once 16 comes out, I'll probably focus on it solely for like a week or something. Depending, I mean, again, I have to see like how many chapters does this game have? How does it progress, right? How does the story and the narrative interact with the what is supposedly bit more sort of not exactly open world, but just more expansive levels as well with side quests and whatnot to deal with. As I said, I think I'm going to be just going back and forth between Tears of the Kingdom and Final Fantasy XVI, which honestly could work quite well, seeing as they are quite different games, and this is definitely more, you know, strongly narrative focused, more linear in that sense, whereas Tears of the Kingdom is very, very open, and has a lot more in terms of sort of environmental interactivity, whereas this is more combat focused. So I think they're quite a good match for each other. But yeah. Well, that was the Final Fantasy XVI demo. I think I'm going to stop here for today, as I, well, if I were to get into Tears of the Kingdom now, I won't stop for a very long time. So that's going to be it for now. I'm going to be returning to Tears of the Kingdom tomorrow, and then some more raiding tomorrow evening, seeing as we did sadly not manage to get the reclays yesterday due to one of our members constantly disconnecting due to a thunderstorm, which obviously, well, that's just a bit of a shame that can happen. But yeah, this was awesome. I liked it a lot. Definitely looking forward to 16, but also looking forward to more Tears of the Kingdom tomorrow. So until then, thanks for hanging out, for chatting. Hope you also enjoyed the first look at Final Fantasy XVI, and wow, it's gonna be one hell of a thing. I'm really, really excited. And I'm just I hugely like that I'm finally here for a launch of a Final Fantasy game. It's, yeah. The excitement surrounding that is definitely very inspiring to see a lot of the times. But yes, I wish you a good rest of your morning, day, or evening, wherever you are. As always, thanks for being here and chatting. And maybe we'll see each other again tomorrow for some more Tears of the Kingdom. Until then, have a good one. Bye-bye!